Some men measure their lives by days and years, others by love affairs, passions, and tears. The truest measure under the sun is what in your life for others you've done. Call during the Cub game and send some kids a can.
Go Sammy Sosa!
Hi, I'm Mark Grace of the Chicago Cubs. One score can win a game for us. You can score a victory for Jerry's kids by making a phone call and pledging to help the MDA. Won't you call now?
This segment of the MDA Telethon came to you from the Chicago Hyatt Regency Hotel and was sponsored by United Airlines.
Home run heroes head-to-head. Slam and Sammy and Big Mac swing at history from Busch Stadium. Don't be the guy who didn't see it live. Cubs and Cards, today at 1 on WGN.
When it comes to predicting Chicago's unpredictable weather, only one Chicago meteorologist consistently beats the odds. WGN TV's Tom Skilling, voted best weathercast in the state. Watch for it weeknights on Chicago's very own WGN News at 9.
Now, one of the biggest laugh getters in comedy is the spit take. Right. And the spit take always comes after a surprise. And it first appeared in Shakespeare. Let's try one. All right, bet. Marlon, our show is moving from Wednesday to Thursday.
The Wayans brothers move to Thursdays beginning September 17th on WGN.
Hey, that was great.
Oh, you like that?
Yeah, that was good.
That was pretty funny, too. Moving to Thursday. That was a funny joke.
That wasn't no joke.
Here are the winning Pick 3 and Pick 4 numbers for today's midday lottery drawing.
The following is a presentation of WGN Sports.
All season, images from the past have flickered across TV screens around the country as the countdown to 60 and then 61 homers drew closer. Those images will fade away forever as the home run race enters its final lap. Today, Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa will square off face-to-face as baseball's most glorious record hangs in the balance. Mark McGwire sitting on homer number 60. His one goal left is to get to 61 and beyond. For Sammy Sosa, the task is twofold. He and the Cubs are eyeing the league's final playoff spot while the homer record hounds his each and every at-bat. Make sure somebody's taping this game, friends. It's history and the making. You don't want to miss a single pitch next. The great home run chase of 1998 moves to St. Louis. Beneath the shadow of the Gateway Arch here in the mighty Mississippi River town, the St. Louis Cardinals and Chicago Cubs will do battle, as will Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa, before a capacity sea of red here in St. Louis. Hello again, everybody. Along with Steve Stone, I am Chip Carey. It's our great privilege to be with you to bring Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa as they continue their assault on the record books and National League pitchers today here on WGN.
Chip, I've played in the World Series. I started an all-star game. I've never seen more media in one spot at one time. And the reason? Never in the history of this grand game of ours has more home runs been hit by two men going head-to-head. 118 between Big Mac and Sammy Sosa. And there you see the home run list right before your very eyes.
Yes, but the World Series happens every year. This indeed is a once-in-a-lifetime, once-in-a-generational type record that's going to be broken sometime in the near future.
And the question is, almost as an afterthought, the pitchers today, and who will give up the historic home run? Darren Oliver or perhaps Mike Morgan, who's going to the mound with Big Mac poised at 60. But the one thing you know for sure, McGwire's going home after the season. Sammy, hopefully going to the playoffs.
And both men perhaps going into immortality as well as they chase one of baseball's most hallowed records, and we're delighted to be here with you. Grab a chair, pull up some lemonade, and enjoy a hot one from St. Louis. It's the Cubs and Cardinals, and history perhaps forthcoming right after this timeout.
Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN. Brought to you by Brewery Fresh Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. The Discover Card, the card that pays you back with a cashback bonus award. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. Pepsi, Generation Next. ComEd, the official electric company of the Chicago Cubs. ComEd, what do you do with your power? And by Southwest Airlines, offering low fares and frequent flights. Southwest Airlines, the official airline of the Chicago Cubs.
Only on the WB. 17 magazines, the faces for fall. Drew Barrymore, fascinating.
I'm an equalist because I love men so much.
Oscar De La Hoya, inspiring.
Boxing has made me the person I am today.
Jewel, enchanting.
I just like it when it's raw.
Matt Damon, intriguing.
If you really believe in something, you should take a shot at it.
Shannon Doherty and Josh Jackson host 17, the faces for fall.
Tuesday at midnight on WGN.
In Denton, Texas, a lot of folks who work on their cars go to AutoZone because they know they're going to find quality parts, low prices, great selection, and good people like Tom Robinson. You see, Tom's the kind of guy who really likes to help folks out. And since he's been around cars most all his life, he knows his parts, too. Oh, sure, there are other parts stores in town, but when it comes to getting the right part, the right price, and good advice from folks like Tom, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
How you doing, Sarge? Okay, folks, what'll it be? What would you like, sweetheart?
A Pepsi, please.
Sorry, we only have Coke. Now you've done it.
You're sorry? Not half as sorry as you're gonna be. I ordered a Pepsi, pal.
She's got a mind of her own.
What's with this guy?
Look, I just thought...
You thought? What you really thought was that I don't know the difference between Pepsi and a Coke, right?
Here's your Pepsi.
Thank you.
Kids say the darndest things.
What are you looking at?
I like this place.
Just when you didn't think time could fly any faster, along comes the Dodge Summer Clearance, where you have a limited time to get $1,500 cash back on Dodge Stratus, which lowers your price to $14,000 on this brilliantly designed automobile. Or instead of cash back, buy with low 1.9 financing, which can also save you money. But whichever Stratus offer you choose, please hurry, while time is still on your side. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
Well, back in St. Louis, this is the race you really have to love. There are no winners, there are no losers. Both Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire chasing history, chasing immortality before all the Cardinal greats. Stan the Man Musial is here, Red Schoendienst is here, and almost 1,000 accredited members of the media are here to see perhaps Mark McGwire or Sammy Sosa top the 61 home run mark today. And Stoney, so much attention has been placed on Mark McGwire from day one of spring training. He was expected to be here. Sammy Sosa wasn't. Very different situation for both men, but both men really loving this attention now in the month of September.
Mark has been through it before, and this is the first time for Sammy Sosa getting the kind of attention he's getting, and everybody kind of thought, how would Sammy handle it? They knew how Mac would handle it because he's been through press conference after press conference. After all, this is the third year in a row he's hit as many as 50 home runs, and this year he has 60 already. So with that in mind, both of these guys met the media in what was one of the great press conferences in history right before the game today.
You bet.
You both come from such different backgrounds as children. Could you ever have envisioned yourselves sitting in this setting?
Not really, but I have to say, baseball been very, very good to me.
God bless America, right?
What a country.
Yeah.
Over here.
I mean, folks, it was just awesome. It was so awesome that Tony La Russa, Dave Duncan, the Cardinals Brain Trust were sitting and standing among the media throng gathered in the press conference room beyond the right field fence, watching and taping every word both of these men said. I mean, they even realize, the players do, that this is something we may never, ever see again.
And you see the graphic right there, and that's why so many people are packed in here today. Not that this rivalry, this storied rivalry, wasn't going to be entertaining enough, but I think it's ironic. They both came from not only different backgrounds, Chip, but for almost his entire career, Mark McGwire wore the green of the Oakland Athletics. Sammy came up with Texas. He later went to the White Sox. He's worn different uniforms, but he wound up in the blue of the Chicago Cubs. And I think it's only fitting that this storied rivalry, the great history of both of these teams, should come together, as well as Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa coming together on one field for 2 games at the end of a season, going head-to-head. as so many great Cardinal and Cub teams have gone head-to-head in the past.
Well, it is also ironic, too, that 13 years after Babe Ruth passed away, Roger Maris broke his record. 13 years after Roger Maris has passed away, either Mark McGwire or Sammy Sosa or both of them are going to pass his record for home runs in a single season. And again, all the Cardinal greats are on hand. Celebrities from around the worlds of sports, politics, entertainment here. Bruce Springsteen was here with his son yesterday. Sarah, the Duchess of York, will probably be here. Lou Brock is at the ballpark today with AL President Gene Bunig. Leonard Coleman of the National League is here, and the fans in Big Mac Land were treated to a barrage before the ball game because McGwire put on another awesome display.
It was the first time in all the games we've played against the Cardinals that I was actually down on the field by the batting cage watching Mark McGwire take batting practice. Now, I've watched him from the press box. I certainly have watched him during the games. But down on the field by the batting cage, watching McGwire hit the ball consistently into the upper deck, something that just a few short years ago would happen once every couple of weeks, maybe once every month. Mark McGwire does it with simply a flick of the bat. He could be the most powerful man who ever played this game. That being said, I think Mark McGwire will be the first man to break the record. However, Sammy Sosa has a great chance of catching and passing Mark McGwire this season because he takes less walks, he's less patient, and he has something more on the line than Mark McGwire, who might have a tendency to relax somewhat after breaking the record.
So while the Cardinals take the field and left-hander Darren Oliver gets his first look at the Cubs, Mike Morgan will be the Cubs pitcher, and he's the man that probably hopes to avoid getting his name in the record books next to Big Mac today.
Because I still have to make pitches to some of the other guys too. I can't worry about just him. There's some other good hitters in that lineup. Obviously, he's got exceptional power. He can make a pitch and he can still hit it out of the park, but I'm a ground ball pitcher, and he's a low ball hitter, so I'm going to go to my strengths to his, hopefully keep it out of the middle of the plate and go from there.
So Mike Morgan will face Mark McGwire and some of his former teammates on this Cardinal team, but there is a game to play, and that's the other big story for the Cubs. They can't get caught up in just this home run chase stuff. The wild card lead is still only one game for the Cubs over the New York Mets, and this is Jim Riggleman's Pepsi starting lineup today here in St. Louis. Lance Johnson, Jose Hernandez, and Mark Grace, the top three. Then it's Sammy Sosa, Glenn Allen Hill, Gary Gaetti, the former Cardinal who has hit everything in sight since joining the Cubs. Mickey Morandini, Scott Service, and Mike Morgan make up the Cubs battery here at a sold-out Busch Memorial Stadium.
And the defense for Tony La Russa and the St. Louis Cardinals. Gant, Langford, and Jordan left to right. In the infield, Tatis, Polanco, DeShields, and Mark McGwire at first base. Marrero behind the plate and Darren Oliver on the mound, the hard-throwing lefty who threw so very well against the Cubs the last time he saw them in this very ballpark.
And there you see Oliver's numbers. He came over from the Texas Rangers in the Stottlemyre deal, in the Clayton deal. And this young man has a very, very bright future. Left-handed pitchers who have good arms are awfully tough to come by, and the Cardinals feel they've got themselves a pretty good one.
I talked to Glenn Allen Hill before the game about how he wants to approach the at-bats with Oliver because he faced him in the American League, and he said that Oliver has a tendency to get himself in trouble. You saw more walks than strikeouts. He is a high fastball pitcher. Sometimes he starts to overthrow the ball, and that's when he falls behind. And when that happens, the right-handed power hitters will have a decided advantage.
But a left-hander will greet him first. It's Lance Johnson, who carries a 6-game hitting streak in today's play. Johnson, a former Cardinal, is 1-for-11 lifetime against Mr. Oliver. A huge crowd on hand, a sea of red, and we're underway. A line drive hit toward left that's going to be caught by Ron Gant. One pitch, one out.
Well, this is the first team that has defensed Lance Johnson with the left fielder very shallow. Normally that would have been a base hit, but Ron Gant right there to make the play on a hard hit ball, and as he's prone to do, Oliver will throw the first ball fastball to most hitters.
So one pitch, one out. Jose Hernandez, the Cubs shortstop, will stand in. Jose in the midst of a 1-for-14 slide, but still a career high 21 homer year, going a .267 batting average, and he's knocked in 69. Media from around the world is here today in St. Louis. The old World's Fair song from 1904, Meet Me in St. Louis, Louis. Well, your name's not Louis, but it's Stoney, and we are glad you're along as well, partner. 0-1. Lined up the middle, a base hit. Barring a double play, that means Sammy's going to hit here in the first. So Hernandez is aboard, his first lifetime hit against Oliver, and Mark Grace the batter. The Cubs dropped a frustrating game yesterday in Pittsburgh. It was a 4-3 ball game won by the Pirates on a Jason Kendall homer in the bottom of the 10th. The Cubs missed out on a chance to pick up a game on the Mets in the wild card.
Sammy is waiting to get his first shot at Darren Oliver, and his first shot at number 59.
The left-hander sets, and Grace takes it inside. Want to send hello, greetings to my grandmother, Dorothy Carey, watching the game down in Atlanta. She is rooting for Sammy Sosa to catch Big Mac today. My grandmother recovering from some hip surgery, and I'm thinking of you, Grandma. So Susan, so Summerlin, and we can't wait to see you this winter. The 1-0 pitch is inside, 2-0.
And this is what Oliver will do. Control has always been a problem during the course of his career, and Sammy would like nothing better than to hit with runners at first and second or first and third, where Oliver wouldn't dare pitch around him.
The stretch now, the 2-0. Into the catcher's glove and then out. 2 balls and a strike. What I'm really looking forward to is the response Sammy Sosa will get from this Busch Stadium crowd when he stands in the batter's box. These are great baseball fans here.
I think they're going to give huge ovations, obviously, to Sammy Sosa, and probably a standing ovation to Mark McGwire when he comes to bat.
I would think so. 2 balls and a strike instead to first. By the way, Big Mac yesterday missed hitting number 61 by about 6 feet. He hit a screaming line drive down the left field line that got out of the ballpark so fast nobody had a chance to describe it, much less see it. It was a laser beam. But today a chance for him as well. The 2-1. Swung lined hard toward left. Can't, though, had him played perfectly. He's got it 2 down. And here comes Sosa for the first time today. He's getting a standing ovation. Oh, this is awesome. Oh, man, this is great. Goosebump time.
They're standing all over the ballpark. Not only the Cub fans, but the Cardinal fans, and they have to halt play as everybody in the stands tipping their caps and standing and looking on in admiration, as is Mark McGwire.
And even Sammy Sosa tipped his cap to the full house here at Busch Stadium. Oh, unbelievable moment. So now it's down to business. Oliver sets. And a strike called 0-1.
Well, there is no way Oliver's going to pitch around Sammy here. He's going to probably throw fastballs. He's going to try to keep them away. And the inviting part of this ballpark for a right-hand hitter is 372 to the power alleys.
The 0-1. Jackknifed him away inside to even the count.
Oliver has given up 17 home runs in 139 innings combined between Texas and here in St. Louis. And in St. Louis, 6 home runs in just 36 innings.
1-1, swung on, popped up. And how appropriate is this? Mark McGwire in foul ground. He's got it. The Cubs fail to score in the top of the first. And Big Mac will hit third in the bottom half. Scoreless in St. Louis.
Oh my gosh, like last night, did you notice how angry Sean was? I know, he was like totally spazzing out. I don't know what his problem was. Well, anyway, he thought that Jeremy said that he liked me, so we started like getting all jealous and stuff. And then Sarah, Jessica, and Michelle came up, and they were like, yeah, Jordan's flirting with Jeremy. And I was like, oh yeah, whatever. Anyways, but I was like all freaked out that he was like gonna dump me or something, so I went up to him and I was like, no, chill out, it wasn't flirting, blah, blah, blah. He was like, okay, I believe you, blah, blah, blah. But anyways, did you see what Molly was wearing today? Like,
You are now free to move about the country.
Those were like cool and
Hey Cubs fans, with summer road construction, public transportation is a quick, convenient way to get you to the game. Take the train or the bus and the CTA takes you right to the gates of Wrigley Field. And remember, if you do drive, come early. Enjoy batting practice and take advantage of the early bird discount. Cubs fans, now you can show off your pride with merchandise from the official Cubs gift catalog, like official Cubs jackets, jerseys, shirts, and hats. To get your free copy of the Cubs gift catalog, visit the Cubs website at www.cubs.com or call 773-404-CUBS.
Duke, get down. It's my chair. Let's go. I'm not playing games.
Okay, here we go again.
Oh, Duke.
He's got him right where he wants it. have been onside.
Hey, those dog obedience classes really paid off.
Cubs fail to score in the top half of the first, and here comes Big Mac and the Redbirds. Delano DeShields will lead it off. Then it's Brian Jordan. Mark McGwire sitting on 60. Ray Langford, Ron Gant, Tatis Polanco. Oliver, the pitcher, hits 8th, and Eli Marrero, the catcher, bats 9th.
And the Pepsi defense for Jim Riggleman and the Cubs. Hill, Johnson, and Sosa left to right. Gaetti, Hernandez, Morandini, and Grace in the infield. A battery of Scott Service and Mike Morgan. That's what he's done as a Cub in this his third start. He went 4 innings and 4 2/3 in his 2 previous starts, but he told Phil Regan that he's been having some lingering effects from the side injury. Hasn't been able to throw his slider as hard as he wants to. When he worked out in the bullpen between his last start and this, he says the slider has started to come back to him. So with his family looking on in Minnesota and his parents looking on in Las Vegas, Mike Morgan takes the mound in what will be a historic start for him.
And Delano DeShields, the first man to greet him. Mike Morgan into his wind, and the first pitch is a strike. Now, Morgan is a sinker ball pitcher. As you look at the matchup with Morgan and McGwire, Big Mac loves the ball down. So how does Morgan change his approach, or does he?
Morgan has to go with his strength, and his strength is to keep the ball down. The problem with sinker ballers is in the first inning or two, if they're a little too strong, the sinker doesn't sink, and ground balls turn into line drives. That's when the sinker baller is most vulnerable.
1-1, dances down and in. 2 balls and a strike to Delano DeShields, who is hitting just .216 since coming off the disabled list in early August.
And in the course of McGwire's career, he's just 1 for 6 against Morgan with no home runs.
2-1, line drive into center, and Lance Johnson grabs it for out number 1. Well, that ball was hit right on the button.
As we said, when the sinker is thrown a little too hard, the ground balls turn into line drives, and that's exactly what DeShields did on the first pitch. But Lance Johnson was playing him perfectly as he hits this ball right on the screws, fortunately, right at Lance.
Well, here's Brian Jordan. This man has absolutely obliterated Cub pitching this year. Jordan hitting .436 against the Cubs here in 1998. So Morgan got the first man and gets ahead of Jordan with a quick strike.
Jordan has always hit Morgan 3 for 7 lifetime. Not real good news out of New York as the Mets lead Atlanta 3-0. And Chip, you have some news in that ball game.
Denny Nagel scratched with a stiff shoulder for Atlanta in that ball game. The young left-hander for Atlanta, Bruce Chen, just called up from the minor leagues. He's one of their phenoms, they think. He got the start and is on the wrong end of the stick in that game. A foul tip back to the screen. It's 1-2. Folks, you might want to turn the volume down once Jordan's at bat is decided, because the roar you hear, well, if you open up your window in Chicago, you might be able to hear it without the TV set even on when that man comes to the plate.
And you can look at McGwire, just a study of concentration as he awaits his at bat.
2 balls, 2 strikes. If you think about what McGwire has dealt with all year long, from day 1 of spring training, he and Ken Griffey Jr. were supposed to be doing this. Line drive hit hard toward left, and Glenn Allen Hill surrounds that, puts it away, out number 2. And here comes Big Mac. These folks are not going to have to head to the spa after the game, man. They're going to get their workout standing and cheering all afternoon long. Sammy popped out to McGwire his first time. Let's see if McGwire can pop out to right.
The odds of him doing that are slim because he pulls just about everything. And when he does hit the ball to right, it's a mistake.
Everybody on their feet. And Morgan ready to go. Swing and a miss. And look at the flash bulbs pop away. 0-1. That was a pretty good slider. Big Mac AC's the ballpark. The wind, the 0-1 is high.
You would think if Morgan goes inside at all, he's going to go inside as a show-me pitch like he did just there, but he's going to want to get him low and away with either the sinker or the slider.
1 ball, 1 strike. Big Mo sent to go. The pitch. Swung on, belted. There it goes. There it's gone. He did it. McGwire hits number 61. everything else seems so inconsequential.
That was a duplicate of his line drive of yesterday, except that it was 2 feet fair instead of 6 feet foul. And Mike Winters straddled the line and pointed fair, and the crowd erupted.
And now the question becomes, who caught the baseball?
Let's take another look as Morgan takes a changeup up and out over the plate, and Big Mac hits a line drive rocket, hugging the line all the way off the facade, and it was gone in an instant.
Awesome. Just unbelievably awesome. Langford is the hitter, and the count 3-2, and we believe that's the guy that caught the ball. He caught number 61.
And he probably didn't believe he'd have a chance to, because he's sitting a lot lower than Big Mac usually hits him, but he caught it on the carom as it just came ricocheting off the facade of the upper deck.
That ball popped up foul and down the left side. The man that hit it on the right, Mark McGwire, has tied Roger Maris with his 61st home run of the year. I mean, this is unbelievable.
Did you ever think that you would write down 61 in your scorebook?
Only if I was describing my IQ.
That is astounding. His 128th driven in, and for Mike Morgan, he will throw a historic home run, hoping not to do it again, because the game will be on the line when he faces Big Mac for the second time.
And there's ball 4.
Well, so far we told you that the sinker ball is most vulnerable in the first inning, and the 3 guys who have hit the ball have all hit the ball on the line. So the sinker isn't sinking, and if that is the case with Mike Morgan, then he has some problems, and you got a pretty fast base runner on first base in Ray Langford.
How'd you like to be the husband and wife who couldn't find a parking place downtown, and they got here a little bit late? Oh, man. 1-0. The Cardinals have the lead. Mark McGwire hit the home run. The pitch outside. The throw to second, not nearly in time.
That one was stolen on Morgan, and you can tell Langford had his sights set on stolen base number 20, and he just took off, and Scott Service had no chance at all. Langford off to the races, and you can see the jump he got. He stole that one on Morgan, who's got to get his concentration back.
Runner at second, 2 men outs for Ron Gantz. The pitch is high. It's 2-0. McGwire has hit his 61st home run in the Cardinals' 143rd game.
And if Mo doesn't keep the ball down, Gant's going to hit his 23rd home run.
The stretch pitch. Boy, everything is up, and that's trouble. 3-0.
I got to believe that if he loses Gant here, Phil Regan has got to come out and have a little word with Mike Morgan, if nothing else, but let him regain his composure. That certainly was an emotional moment, and it disrupted the rhythm, certainly, for Mike Morgan.
And ball 4 outside. 2 on, 2 out.
It's going to be Scott Service going to the mound. Uncharacteristically, Morgan has walked 2 in a row. This game has a lot more ramifications for the Cubs than the Cardinals, because they still have a slim 1-game lead, and as we told you, at least for the moment, the Mets on top of Atlanta 3-0, trying to take 3 of 4 from a very good Braves ball club in New York.
And I guarantee you fans around baseball are going to see the highlights, and everywhere in America, Mark McGwire is going to get a standing ovation from the fans of baseball on this Labor Day Monday. Just a spine-tingling moment. The pitch. Ground ball hit right side off the bat of Tatis. Gray steps on the bag, but we've seen history already, and perhaps may see some more as the day goes on. Mark McGwire hit number 61 to tie Roger Maris, and the Redbirds lead the Cubs 1-0 after 1.
Hi, I'm Linda Carter, and I'm here to tell you why ordering your contact lenses direct from Lens Express is
Such a great idea.
We're America's largest contact lens replacement service. Call now for a free catalog and save up to 50% by ordering direct from Lens Express.
and I get the exact lenses my doctor prescribed or my money back. Now that's
What I call service. I couldn't do without
Lens Express.
Call this number now for a free Lens Express catalog.
At Uniroyal, in order to make a point about our new nail guard tires, we added a few to our test track. Nail guard tires, designed to seal 90% of tread punctures, instantly and permanently. Only from Uniroyal.
Well, my Discover card statement reads like a wish list. Toys. I like toys. I love pinball machines. This will improve my golf game. It is unbelievable to me how fortunate I've been in my life, and I can't ask for anything more. Discover card cashback bonus, no competition.
It pays to Discover. To apply, call 1-800-IT-PAYS-TO. Accepted where you see the Novus sign.
Nothing comes easy when you follow your heart.
This is fate. This is a challenge.
Felicity.
Coming this fall on WGN.
Mark McGwire ties Roger Maris with a 438-foot first inning blast. The Cardinals have a 1-0 lead. Oh, man. Well, if it's a boy, you better name him Mac.
Or historic.
Here's Glenn Allen Hill. Now you got to worry about getting this game back even. It's 1-0 Cardinals, and Glenn Allen Hill takes a strike. It's 0-1. A hot, muggy day in St. Louis, and a long way to go in this one.
Hill familiar with Oliver from the other league, where he was 3 for 7 against him. 3 for 5 this year in a Cub uniform, and there's Sammy. All he knows is he's 3 back now.
Ground ball hit right side. McGwire to his right, flips to Oliver, has to hurry, didn't get there in time. Infield hit for Hill.
You start that in spring training every year. And at every level of baseball, you're told when the guy hits a ball to the right side, you cover first base. And still, pitchers do not get over there. And this is the easiest way to lose a ball game. No chance for Oliver as he just got over there way late.
And another nice touch by the St. Louis fans as they welcome Gary Gaetti back to town. Of course, released by the Cardinals August 14th. And the Cubs glad to have signed Gaetti because he has hit everything since putting on that blue uniform. Ball one outside to Gary. Glenn Allen Hill with very good speed at first. Hasn't attempted a stolen base yet on the year. A 1-0 ball game. The pitch swung on. There's a drive. Hit deep toward left, but it's got room. He's got it. 4 out, number 1.
There is no doubt that Oliver is a fly ball pitcher. And with the wind seemingly taking everything toward left field, he might have some problems today.
So 1 on, 1 out now for Mickey Morandini, who's closing in on a milestone himself. Needs just 12 hits for 1,000 in his major league career. Needs 11 hits for a new career high of 164.
And by Mickey's own admission, he's not swinging the bat as well as he'd like to right now. He's gone into one of those streaks, and let's hope that he breaks out of it.
And he looks at a strike, and he has a real tough assignment against this Cardinal left-hander. Morandini at 302 with 7 homers and 47 batted in. That's right through there again, 0-2.
We got Scott Service in the on-deck circle, and Scott has hit left-handers very well this year since moving into that platoon system. Had a couple of doubles yesterday. Had to leave the game with muscle cramps in his hamstring, but he says he's feeling 100% today.
0-2 the pitch. Swung, line down the left field line and out of play. Did you ever think you'd see Maris's record tied or broken?
Yes. I honestly believe that because I think that the hitters are getting certainly bigger, certainly stronger. And I figured that that was one of the records that could be broken. There's a few that never will be, but that one is one that could be broken. I think someday we'll see Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak broken. I don't think we'll ever see Cy Young's 511 wins ever broken.
That would be a shock. Cal Ripken Jr.'s streak continues, of course. That's another one that may never be reached again.
No, that one won't be broken either.
Ground ball hit to the right side. And the Shields has one play. It's to first. Morandini's out 4-3. Hill to second for Scott Service and 2 men out.
Well, normally you'd say in a situation like this, maybe you pitch around Service, but Morgan has been a pretty good hitter this year. So I would think that Scott would get a pretty good pitch to hit. And he's been taking the left-handers to right and right center field. And as he's done that, his batting average against the left-handers has certainly started to climb. He's hitting over 300 against them.
So Scott quite obviously getting back into playing form after having those leg cramp problems yesterday in Pittsburgh. He'll try to tie the game at 1 with a base hit here. Lifetime against Oliver, he is 1 for 3. That hit was a double.
They've got some excellent speed in the outfield with Gant, Langford, and Jordan, and with the spacious dimensions here at Busch Stadium, you have to have speed in your outfield.
The stretch pitch is outside. Well, this ballpark is a lot cozier than it used to be.
Used to be 386 to the power alleys. They've moved it in 14 feet. It used to be 414 to straightaway center. They've moved it into 402. That fence that's now 8 feet high used to be 12 feet high. And Chip, I like the lower fences because it enables you to make great catches back by the wall, which you wouldn't make with a 12-foot high fence. So now we've seen guys go back, and we've seen Langford go back into that flowered area and pull some home runs back.
Hopefully that won't happen if Scott Service sends one out toward him, however. 2 balls, no strikes. A 1-0 Cardinal game. The pitch right through there, 2-1.
Now, when he went to 2-0, I think it was interesting that Langford moved 3 steps to his left, apparently figuring behind in the count now, Oliver would throw fastballs and he'd try to keep him away. And you can get a tip off on how you're going to get pitched by taking a look at that center fielder and see where he shifts to.
2-1. Hill leads from second. Oliver's pitch inside, 3-1.
Now you'd think the same thing would hold true, that Oliver would try to hit that outside corner. If he misses, first base is open and he has to deal with the pitcher, even though Morgan has hit the ball well.
3 balls, 1 strike. Oliver ready, and here comes the pitch to Scott. Fouled off the end of his bat, 3-2.
Gant does not throw very well in left. Jordan has a good arm in right. So on a base hit to left field, Hill's going to be able to tie it up. If the ball is hit very hard to right field, should be a good race between the legs of Hill and the arm of Jordan.
Tony La Russa looking on as his Redbirds lead. The pitch swung, a line hard left field. Gant on the run, still going, he's got it, and the inning is over. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left after 1.5. Cardinals 1, Cubs nothing.
It's back, and this time there's something new. Now there's a wind tunnel that's self-propelled. New self-propelled wind tunnel.
A lot of industry experts told us that the passenger side was the best place to add a 3rd door. We got still more advice insisting that the driver's side was the only logical choice. But as you can see, we let it all go right in one ear and out the other. Introducing the new Dodge Ram Quad Cab. The rules have changed.
So, I read an article that says they think about it every 8 seconds.
I wouldn't doubt it. It seems like the only thing Dave ever wanted.
They have one-track minds. Must be something biological or genetic.
Men, they're all the same.
Hey. You read my mind.
Hi, I'm Mark Grace of the Chicago Cubs. One score can win a game for us. You can score a victory for Jerry's kids by making a phone call and pledging to help the MDA. Won't you call now?
And I'm Allison Payne here at the Hyatt in Chicago, MDA headquarters for the weekend. And you heard Mark Grace, call in and make your pledge. I know you're watching the game, but the Cubbies really want you to call in and make a donation. 17 for Grace, 21 for Sosa, 34 for Kerry Wood. Hey, 58 for Sosa's home runs. Call in and make that pledge.
Well, the Maris family is on hand here in St. Louis, and they have seen Mark McGwire tie their father's legendary home run mark. He hit number 61 in the first inning. And how about that? Matthew McGwire was on hand when his dad tied the record, and we've still got a lot of baseball left on a hot and muggy day. We might see Big Mac go yard one more time. 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. And Placido Polanco, the shortstop, is going to lead things off.
He's got an 11-game hitting streak, so Polanco is starting to hit the ball very well. But yet the rumors persist that the Cardinals will be on the market for a shortstop via free agency.
And the name you keep hearing an awful lot is Barry Larkin of the Cincinnati Reds. The first pitch to Polanco misses high. Another side note, the Cardinals are going to promote 5 or 6 kids from their minor leagues tomorrow, including J.D. Drew.
There's Walt Jocketty looking on. He's the general manager, and there's a good chance Drew will be in the starting lineup tomorrow night.
A high chopper hit left side. Jose Hernandez has it, flips to first in time, and shortstop to shortstop. Polanco's retired. One away for the pitcher, Darren Oliver, and before he bats, Cubs fans, here's your chance to swing the night away in the friendly confines. This Thursday, as the Cubs celebrate Swing Night, arrive by 6 and enjoy live tunes of Indigo Swing. Make sure you wear your best 40s swing attire for your chance to win a pair of round-trip tickets, compliments of Southwest Airlines, and free swing classes around town. Don't miss the special night this Thursday, September 10th.
Last 2 outs have been via the ground ball, and that's something that Mike Morgan certainly feels comfortable about.
Hit hard to the right side. Grace handles the tough hop, puts it away himself. 2 down. And now Eli Marrero, the batter.
He's a good-looking young catcher, and he's one of the villains from the last time the Cubs came to town with his extra inning home run. Marrero's got a chance to be a good one, originally out of Havana, Cuba. And although the power numbers aren't great, the Cardinals figure eventually he's going to be a 20 home run man.
But he has won a battle more important than his home runs and RBIs already. That is overcoming cancer. You'll remember he had a thyroid cancer removed early this season.
That's the most amazing part of this year for him. He went through the radiation therapy and regained his strength and has put together a pretty solid year.
No balls and a strike. Swung on. There's a drive hit high in the air toward left. Hill turns around, waves goodbye. Marrero has gone yard, and the Cardinals have a 2-0 lead.
4th home run, 17th driven in, and Marrero has shown his power and flexed his muscles for the Cubs.
Well, it's raining in New York, but our game's on the big scoreboard at Shea. And Met fans probably enjoying the proceedings so far.
And let's hope that the rain continues for a bit as the Mets lead 4-0 that game in the 4th inning.
So a solo home run brings DeShields into the box. He grounds to short. Hernandez takes care of him, and the inning is over. 2 solo homers by the Redbirds. 1 by McGwire, 1 by Marrero, and after 2, it's 2-0 Cardinals.
The Army means hard work.
I don't know how real Army guys do it.
The Army Show.
Coming this fall on WGA.
Both these men have athlete's foot. But only one used Desinex, the soothing cure. Desinex has a dual-action formula that calms the itching and cools the burning. And Desinex is clinically proven to kill the fungus dead, so your feet feel good while they heal. Got athlete's foot? Get dual-action Desinex. Soothes while it cures.
In Denton, Texas, a lot of folks who work on their cars go to AutoZone because they know they're going to find quality parts, low prices, great selection, and good people like Tom Robinson. You see, Tom's the kind of guy who really likes to help folks out. And since he's been around cars most all his life, he knows his parts, too. Oh, sure, there are other parts stores in town, but when it comes to getting the right part, the right price, and good advice from folks like Tom, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
Look inside a new Dodge Ram conversion van, and you'll find a virtual home on wheels. But take away features like the video system, captain's chairs, and plush interior, and you'll find the remarkable new Dodge Ram van with a more powerful Magnum V8 and strong unibody construction. After all, even a home on wheels should be built on a solid foundation. And with $1,500 cash back, you can start construction right away. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
Steve and Allison. Weeknights on Chicago's very own WGN News at 9.
2-0 Cardinals after 2. Mike Morgan, Lance Johnson, and Jose Hernandez are going to lead it off here at Busch Memorial Stadium. A sea of red. Everybody wearing their red Cardinals shirts. Everybody wearing the Mark McGwire number 25 jersey. How big has Mark McGwire become in St. Louis? Talking to legendary Hall of Fame voice of the Cardinals, Jack Buck, he said he is bigger than any Cardinal ever. And that includes Stan the Man Musial. Mike Morgan sends a bomb deep towards center field. That's going to bounce into the juniper bushes for a ground rule double. Mike Morgan now 3 out of 3.
Well, pitchers love to hit first ball fastballs, and Oliver might not have known how good a hitter Mike Morgan was. I know Langford didn't know how good he was because he was playing him shallow, and Morgan puts a charge into this one. Langford with a long run, he can't get to it, and the ball bounces out of the yard. So Morgan helping himself.
Now we'll see if Johnson bunts him over to third. The Cardinals think he'll be bunting. Tatis in on the grass at third. McGwire even with the bag at first. Oliver sets. Lance was swinging but took a strike, 0-1. But how about that statement by Jack Buck? Mark McGwire bigger than Bob Gibson, Ken Boyer, Stan Musial, Red Shane East, Ina Slaughter, Dizzy Dean. That's amazing. High pop. That'll be tough to advance the runner with. DeShields drifts back. He gives way to Langford in center, one away.
That is not a good at bat for Lance Johnson as Morgan stays at second base. And bear in mind, he doesn't have good speed, so on a base hit, it's going to be tough for him to score. That was an important at bat for Johnson, and that pop-up leaves Morgan at second. I think it's remarkable that McGwire, who's been here just a little over a year, has gotten that kind of recognition. But with what he's done, you could understand it. Since he's put on a Cardinal uniform, he's been a wrecking machine.
It's amazing. I mean, it's just ridiculous, the numbers he's put up. And the only parallel that there is obviously in baseball is not what Roger Maris has done, but what Babe Ruth did for baseball in the 1920s. The game was reeling, you'll remember. The Black Sox scandal had taken place. There's a lot of mistrust about this game. Ground ball hit to the shortstop. Polanco kicks it and everybody's going to be safe.
We have seen some awful defense against the Cubs. We're hoping that continues, and that is the 6th error of the year for Polanco. The ball was hit very sharply, but it was right at him. And so the Cardinals, who have had a lot of defensive difficulties, open the door. And we'll see if the Cubs can come charging through. They trail by a pair.
Well, once Babe Ruth started hitting home runs in the 20s, fans came through the turnstiles at a record pace. And now that McGwire and Sosa are doing it once again, baseball again is atop the pile in the sporting conscious, it would appear. The Grace first offering from Oliver dances outside 1-0. I mean, think about it. Not many people were talking about football yesterday, and it was opening day for the NFL. They were talking about baseball, and it's not even the playoffs yet. And that's awesome for those of us who love this game so very much. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 on, 1 out. The pitch is high, 2-0 with Sammy waiting on deck. How sweet would it be for Oliver to have to face him with the bases loaded? 2-0 in favor of the Cardinals. Cubs batting in the top of the third. The runners lead. The pitch pulled to the right side. McGwire will glove it. He'll have one play. Now here's where it gets interesting. First base open, 2 outs.
Well, the question is, you pick your poison with either Sammy or Glen Allen Hill. And Tony, what do you do?
Here's a look at our ComEd Power Profile.
ComEd Power Profile is Sammy in the cleanup spot. He's hit .367. He's driven in 33 with 11 home runs. And he's done everything else awfully well. So Sammy Sosa, as he's been all year, our ComEd Power Profile.
So they're going to pitch to him, but how carefully we shall see. Second and third, the pitch. He is outside, and they're still flashing the flashbulbs here, and the boos cascade. They want to see the ball down the middle so Sosa can smack it hard somewhere.
I think you're going to see a lot of pitches, none of which will be down the middle.
1 ball, no strikes on the outside corner. The one advantage, I guess, if you want to call it for Sosa, Stoney, is that he has been able to spray the ball all over the ballpark. He's not just a dead pull hitter.
Well, if they continue to stay away, then Langford is out of position in center field. There is a gap in right center, and Jordan is well off the line in right.
1-1. Way outside.
Now, the way Glen Allen Hill has hit Oliver over the course of his career, including a base hit today, you would think that putting Sammy on first base might cause Oliver some trouble. And you see, yes, he has hit the ball more often to left field, but he's also used center and right quite a bit.
2 balls and a strike. Swung on. He took a shot at right and hit it a mile high and foul.
Oliver's going to make him reach for it. He's kept everything away. 4 pitches. They've all been away. And you would think pitches 5 and perhaps 6 will also be away. Sammy gets it just off the end of the bat and hits it foul.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
So look away, young man.
Dixieland at bat time. Look away, my friend. 2-2. Runners lead at second and third. Here it is. Strike. 3 call breaking ball. Throws him inside. And the inning is over. No runs, 1 hit, 2 men left. Sosa 0 for 2, and Big Mac 2 up second in the St. Louis third.
Flying to the New England area for business? If these 12 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines to Providence or Manchester, maybe this will. Call 1-800-I-FLY-SWA.
You are now free to move about the country.
Bud.
Wise.
Oh boy. Bud.
Wise. Wise.
Louie,
What?
just say the line.
That's what I'm doing.
No, you're not. You're going wise.
These are my interpretations of the part.
This isn't Shakespeare. You're replacing a stressed-out frog.
Hey, Frankie, you know what they say?
What?
There are no small parts, only small lizards.
Nobody says that.
I do. I say it all the time.
Bud.
Wise.
Bud.
Wise?
Lighter yet stronger. More power from less space. More space from less size. A drag coefficient among the lowest in the world. There's more than a pattern emerging here. It's the world's first use of cyber synthesis, where vehicles are designed, built, and tested in the virtual world so they'll perform better in the real world. The new Durango and the new Intrepid. New vision from the new Dodge.
A participating advertiser for Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN is the Discover Card. Discover Card, the card that pays you back with a cashback bonus award.
Big Mac 2 up second for the Redbirds here in the third inning. Jordan, McGwire, and Langford. It's 2-0 St. Louis. The Cubs already being fresh in this game. They've left 4 men on base in the first 3 innings of play.
This is going to be a tough inning for Mike Morgan. This is the heart of a pretty good order for the Cardinals. Their problems have been defensive. They're second worst in the league, and they've made one error already.
So Mike Morgan goes back to work. He's issued single runs in the first and the second inning. Apparently still raining in New York. And my dad and the Braves are going to probably be there a while.
I would think they would be there for quite some time. That's their last trip in.
The 1-0. Oh, he sinks outside. 2 balls, no strikes.
With the 2 home runs today, the Cardinals have now hit 190. And that puts them second in the league behind Atlanta, who've homered 194 times.
That ball fouled toward the Cub dugout and out of play. It's 2-1. Big baseball fan Dave Baker watching the game from New York today. Dodging those raindrops to man the computers. And he's excited as all can be to see Big Mac hit number 61. The 2-1. Cut on and miss. 2-2.
Second base umpire is Larry Poncino, and he wants to send along best wishes on a speedy recovery from the crew to Mike Gordon, looking on in Tucson. Gordo, get well in a hurry. The crew is thinking about you.
Morgan's 2-2 pitch. Again rolled foul. Where's this guy going to end up? Brian Jordan. He's a free agent at the end of the year. Wants a big contract, not filled with incentives, but the Cardinals have been reluctant to give him that so far.
Well, he said he's going to test the waters, and there is the man who will help determine where he's going to go. But Brian Jordan wants to hear just what his worth is.
Does he like lake water?
I would think he would look pretty good in any uniform that he might want to try on. And there's going to be a lot of teams that are very interested in Mr. Jordan. He can do a whole lot.
Strike 3 call. There's that changeup. And there's out number 1. But here's Mark McGwire. If you missed it, here's the homer.
A line drive rocket. The only question, would it stay fair? Mike Winters answered that. And that was 61.
And again, ever since McGwire got to 50, he showed Steve so much more emotion with every passing moment. He put his arms up as he got to first base. Gary Gaetti gave him a tag around third. And now he's got a chance to own the record all by himself. He's sitting on 61. The pitch. And Mo keeps it away from him.
Well, I think, Chip, it was almost as if in his prediction he said we don't have anything to talk about unless someone has 50 by September 1st. When he got to 50, it seemed like the pressure was off. And Morgan now getting booed by the faithful here in St. Louis, and they're not yelling Mo.
Or moo.
Or moo.
The 2-0. Swung, hit hard toward third, and past Gaetti to left field. Man, that thing has so much topspin. You can't believe it, but Big Mac 2 out of 2. They're almost booing him for getting only a single.
Well, normally Mac gets a little elevation. That time he didn't, but he hit it so hard he almost hit it right through Gary Gaetti. And look at the difference in size between Mark Grace, who's not a small man, and Mark McGwire. So McGwire gets on top of this one and rifles it through the left side. Mark looks like Hervé Villachez compared to Mark McGwire.
Oh, he's not going to be happy that you said that. Here's Langford. Ray walked his first time up. He had the unenviable task of following McGwire after he hit that prodigious home run in the first inning.
He's done that a lot this year.
He and Mark Grace ought to compare notes on what that's like. And now that McGwire has batted, it's time to go cool off. It is very hot, very muggy here in St. Louis. Yesterday around 96 degrees. Today a little cooler, but much kinder weather expected tomorrow night. Upper 70s, mid 70s by game time.
I like the fact that with the pennant race by the boards for the Cardinals, the people watch to see McGwire, and then they go do whatever they have to do.
The 2-0 swung, line to right side. Morandini, great spinning glove move onto first in time. Morandini, without an error in 42 consecutive games, he is a very strong Gold Glove candidate for the Cubs at second base. 2 outs runner at second for Ron Gant before he bats. Let's pause for station identification.
This is America's #1 sports station, WGN, Chicago.
Busch Stadium in St. Louis. How many great moments have they experienced in this ballpark?
They've had some wonderful teams over the years, and the World Championship flags are hanging in left center field.
Oh, it hit him right square in the back. Gant looks at Morgan. He wasn't trying to hit him, but he hit him in a bad spot, right between those big burly shoulders of Ron Gant.
First ball right between, well, right by the 5. It is now .5 on the back of his uniform. And he faces Tatis in the same situation that he faced him in the first inning when he got him on a ground ball to Grace. 2 on, 2 out.
And a 2-0 Cardinal game. Just one more note, the Cardinals are going to draw 3.2 million fans this year. That'll be a franchise record here. And it's because of Big Mac.
As we know, the telethon going on this Labor Day to aid muscular dystrophy, and the Cardinals doing their share of it. You can see that patch on the left sleeve. You look at the patch right there, and there's a lot of volunteers in yellow shirts around the ballpark selling tickets today. And if you win the raffle, and they expect to make as much as $200,000 to aid in the cause against muscular dystrophy and the fight against that, you will get a Mark McGwire autographed game jersey from the game today.
That's a pretty good deal for $1.
I would say that that's a pretty good deal indeed.
And we have not yet heard the name of the gentleman who caught home run number 61 in today's ball game. We had a shot of him. We'll try to get you that information. And in fact, one of our producers, Mark Brady, is going to try to track him down, and hopefully we'll hear from him today as Tatis draws the walk on 4 pitches to load the bases now with 2 men out.
The pinpoint control that Mike Morgan desperately needs is not there today. That's a 3rd walk to go with a hit batsman, and now Phil Regan coming to the mound. At this time of year, you just cannot be patient with your starter. If he doesn't have it, you have to get him out of the ball game, and Dave Stevens loosening up. So this becomes the biggest out of the game for Mike Morgan. Those two were teammates, talking it over at third base.
Boy, when McGwire rounded third base and Gaetti gave him the pat on the back, that reminded me so much of when Henry Aaron rounded third against the Dodgers, and he got the pat on the back as he headed home after he passed Henry Aaron for his all-time home run record at Atlanta's Fulton County Stadium. But Mark McGwire, baseball's immortal, as we look at who's cleaning up in baseball.
It's a batting average in September, and Placido Polanco is 5th. And he's first on the all-time good names in the National League.
The pitch to him is a quick strike. It's 0-1. We understand now the name of the young man who caught the ball, 20-year-old Mark Davidson from St. Louis is the gentleman's name, and hopefully we'll hear from him later on. It's been so great to see what the fans have been doing the last couple of home run balls for both Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire. The lady that caught Sammy's 56th offered to give it back to him. Sammy said, "No, you came to me first. I want you to have it." The guy that caught Mac's 60th gave it back to him. Now number 61.
I love the fact that they're giving the baseballs back to the guys who hit them. Instead of all of the stories we heard about, they're going to be worth $1 million, they're going to be worth $2 million, or I'm going to give you $15,000 or $20,000 on the spot. I love the fact that they gave Mark McGwire back the home run ball. I love the fact that Sammy autographed and signed the baseball and gave it back to the woman who caught his historic home run.
And don't get us wrong, it's an awful lot of money being bandied about, but the memory of doing the right thing, I think, is far more valuable than the cash. And it's great to see the fans doing that. We'll see what Mr. Davidson has in mind with his lucky catch, and a moment I'm sure he will never forget. Where were you when Big Mac hit number 61? Where will you and where will we be when he hits number 62?
I have a feeling we're going to be right here in this booth.
The 2-2. Oh, just foul over the bag at third. He missed clearing the bases by an eyelash.
with the configuration of the Southwest Airlines sign down the third base line in left field, the shortstop of both teams will have to go out. As you see that new configuration here in St. Louis, sometimes that ball will carry him right back toward the infield. This one just missed. Mike Winters on the call. That was the second most important call of his day. The first, was it fair or foul for Big Mac? And this time it was fair.
2-2. The Morgan pitch. Missed with a slider. It's full now. That jutting portion reminds you of Philadelphia. Veterans Stadium. They have a little portion that jumps out like that.
Well, because Southwest Airlines is a great sponsor of ours, we figured that we would pay attention to that here in Busch Memorial Stadium.
The pitch. Ground ball hit left side. Gaetti's got it and throws to first. Close play, but in time. And Polanco is retired, and so are the Cardinals. They fail to score in the third. It's 2-0 St. Louis.
Rogaine Extra Strength works for 4 out of 5 men.
What do you mean works?
Regrows hair, or at least stops hair loss.
With my luck, I'll be that 5th guy.
Probably not. But here's our guarantee. Give Rogaine Extra Strength an honest chance. You be the judge. It stops hair loss, or regrows hair, more hair, thicker hair, faster, or we give your money back. Guaranteed. Rogaine Extra Strength works for you, or your money back.
I can't lose.
It's coming. And this time there's something new. Now there's a wind tunnel by Hoover that's self-propelled, so it almost works by itself. Tests show wind tunnel picks up more dirt than any other clean air upright. And now you can get one that's self-propelled. Self-propelled wind tunnel.
Here we are in this simple, majestic setting. None of the usual interruptions, nobody around to distract us from introducing AT&T One Rate Plus. Now, the key point, the thing to remember is that every call you make from home with One Rate Plus, every call, day and night, 10 cents a minute.
Did you say 10 cents a minute, dude?
How do they find me?
AT&T One Rate Plus, 10 cents a minute, anytime. Call 1-800-4-1-RATE to enroll.
A participating advertiser for Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN is the new Dodge. From cars to minivans to trucks, it's about change. The new Dodge.
Your mother and I are going to be happy.
John Ritter.
You're not going to stand in the way.
A terrifying Buffy.
Tonight at 8 on WGN.
Big Mac has hit number 61. It's 2-0 St. Louis as we head to the 4th inning. Hill, Gaetti, and Morandini. And yes, indeed, we are going nuts.
And it appears that Toronto might be a little excited about getting within 5 games of the Boston Red Sox. They are making life miserable for Cleveland, leading 10-0 that game in the top of the 6th inning. And the folks in Beantown starting to get a little nervous.
Yeah, my other partner, Steve Lyons, the former Red Sox near great, has to be just panicking as his Red Sox are gagging down the stretch. It's unbelievable what's going on up there.
How near great was he?
Well, near great in that he is in our booth standing next to you, who is great. Or are great, whichever way you want to look about it. 1 ball, no strikes. To Glenn Allen Hill. And that misses low. So, Stoney, so much of the histrionics of what we had hoped to see today has taken place. Now, how tough is it going to be now for these players to get their focus back on the ball game?
Well, I think the Cubs know that regardless of what McGwire does, they have a lot of business to take care of. They lost a frustrating game yesterday because the Pirates played so poorly in that ball game, and the Cubs couldn't take advantage of it. They were frustrated, in fact, the entire series, leaving a lot of men in scoring position.
6 of them yesterday, 10 for the ball game. High chop to the shortstop. A lot of top spin, but Polanco fields it easily. And Hill's retired for out number 1. Well, another one of those little coincidences in life. Mark McGwire's dad, John, is celebrating his birthday today.
And guess which one it is?
61.
And I'm sure he has an uncle somewhere that will be celebrating either today or tomorrow his birthday at 62.
Either that or he's 6 feet 2 inches tall. We're not sure which. One out, base is empty for Gaetti. And Gary attempted to check his swing, and he did.
The last time Oliver saw the Cubs, he went 6 innings, gave up 3 runs, but just one of them earned.
That ball is fair this time inside the bag. It'll ricochet off that Southwest Airlines scoreboard, and Gaetti stands at second with a 1-out double. Cubs got to start cashing in some of these chances now. Oliver doesn't have overpowering stuff, and it is only a 2-0 game.
Well, here's a guy that came in striking out fewer men than he's walked as a Cardinal, and he's only 1 strikeout today, and that's Sammy Sosa in a key situation. So this one right down the line. Mike Winters has another call. Gary Gaetti has another double. And the Cubs have a runner in scoring position.
The pitch to Mickey is outside. Seventh double of the year for Gaetti since joining the Cubs. 1-0 to Mickey. The pitch. It's 2-0.
Outfield straight away, not overly deep. Again, playing fairly shallow in left field and straight away.
Gaetti a short lead at second. The 2-0 now. Strike called.
Mickey probably figures in this situation ahead of Oliver he's going to see a fastball, and that's where the lefty-lefty advantage evens out.
Two and one. Bouncing ball weakly to the right side. Shields will make that play. Runner now advances to third with 2 men out for Scott Service.
Mickey just does not have a real good swing right now, and he's going to try to have to work that out in batting practice. He swung the bat so well all year long, but he's having some problems getting his hands out. And it's late. There's a lot of at-bats under his belt, and sometimes you go into stretches like this. Morandini's had a remarkable year.
Downstairs, ball one. Well, Mickey told me about 2.5 weeks ago that he was really jamming himself. Instead of striding directly to the pitcher, he was stepping into the pitch and jamming himself. Meaning the way he approached the plate and approached the ball, he got his hands too close to the baseball, and that's why he was grounding out so weakly. A line drive hit softly into right field. It's going to be caught by Jordan. What a play. That had a chance, but Jordan made a fine play, as you would expect from a man who once played in the Atlanta Falcons defensive secondary. No runs, 1 hit. Another Cub left in scoring position in a 2-0 game.
From the moment their lives touched, she knew she must follow her heart.
If you want to make this decision, I will not in any way financially support it.
To wherever it leads.
Hey, I know this girl from high school. This is Susan. This is,
Felicity.
This is a life struggle. This is fate. This is a challenge. Stay in New York or perish.
Coming this fall to the WB, Felicity.
Coming this fall on WGN.
Both these men have athlete's foot. But only one used Desinex, the soothing cure. Desinex has a dual-action formula that calms the itching and cools the burning. And Desinex is clinically proven to kill the fungus dead, so your feet feel good while they heal. Got athlete's foot? Get dual-action Desinex. Soothes while it cures.
Making friends is our business was a motto that my grandfather created back in the 1950s when he came up with the slogan. Beer is about friendship, about relationships. It's about making friends, going out, meeting new people, and there's not a better beverage to do it with than a Budweiser. There are 500 million beer drinkers in the world, 80 million beer drinkers in the United States, and they must know something.
For 100 years, Bibb the Michelin Man has symbolized our never-ending quest to invent the best tires in the world. Michelin, celebrating 100 years of innovation.
Oliver Marrero and DeShields for the Cardinals here in the 4th inning. A lot of Cub fans made the trip here to St. Louis. And again, talking with Jack Buck last night, this might have been the toughest ticket in the history of the Cardinal franchise to get. Tickets for today's game and tomorrow's. And there is the legendary voice of the Cardinals, Jack Buck, who still sounds so magnificent. I had the great pleasure of listening to him on radio for my entire childhood here and got to hear him call McGwire's 60th home run. It was a very special moment, and it's great to see both Jack and his son Joe here in St. Louis, as well as all the guys from the networks, John Miller, Joe Morgan, Bob Brenly's here, Steve Lyons is here. I mean, it's a who's who in broadcasting here today.
A literal cornucopia of luminaries and a lot of broadcast people.
The only guy missing is Tommy Brenneman, who's on vacation down in Phoenix.
Once again?
Oh, he's America's guest.
Boy, his partner is just working like a rented donkey, and there's old Tom leisurely sitting back and enjoying the broadcast, I'm sure.
Yeah, feet up by the pool. Baking in that desert sun, getting ready for, a nice dinner out, something like that. The 1-1 pitch. A strike called, 1-2. Furiously filling out that Rookie of the Year ballot as well, I'm sure. Tommy, we miss you. Look forward to seeing you down the road. 1-2 pitch. Got Oliver swinging, and there's the second strikeout for Big Mo. One away, and friends, mark your calendars now for the 14th annual Cubs convention. Join the 1998 Cubs players along with your favorite Cubs from the past at the Chicago Hilton and Towers, January 15th, 16th, and 17th, 1999. For reservations, call 312-922-4400. And for those of you watching our game on the scoreboard at Shea Stadium in New York, you're even welcome too. So come on down this winter into Chicago. Here's Marrero. He hit a solo home run, his only time up. And this young man is going to be the man behind the plate for the Cardinals. Another strike, 1-1.
Got some pretty good size right now at 6'1", 180 pounds. Probably he will get a little bigger and a little stronger as time moves along. He's still just 24 years old, doesn't turn 25 until November. And he is one of the promising young Cardinals from out of their system.
The 2-1. A chopper foul evens the count, and they're going to have a whole bunch more coming up. J.D. Drew will be here tomorrow. And that right-handed pitcher out of Stanford is supposed to be the real deal, too.
I don't think he's quite ready yet. Chad Hutchinson is the man you're talking about, but I think it'll be a while for him as you look at the two skippers. Looking on at a very exciting day in St. Louis.
3 balls, 2 strikes. We know Tony La Russa, though, managing with a heavy heart. All of us around baseball extend our sympathies to the La Russa family. Tony's mother passed away Friday. The 3-2 pitch is popped back toward us. Tony, reach out and make a grab.
That one I would have been able to catch. It came back softly enough. The Cardinals did get a little bad news as Alan Bennis had to be operated on for the 2nd time, and they're not quite sure just exactly what he's going to be able to come back with or when he will be able to come back.
3-2, and that's a big loss for them. Another walk from Morgan. That's 4 of them in the game. We're only in the 4th inning, and that turns the Cardinal lineup around. And DeShields and Jordan and McGwire are lurking in the horizon here.
DeShields has never really hit Mike Morgan. Although he does have a home run, he came in hitting just a paltry 184. And one of the reasons is he likes to swing early in the count. DeShields has never been one of those leadoff men that has taken a lot of walks. And if you swing early in the count, Morgan will be nipping at the corners with that sinker, and you hit a lot of ground balls against him.
Delano 0 for 2, and throw to first sends Marrero back on his belly. 2-0 Cardinals have the lead. If you're just joining us, sure hope you had your VCR rolling. Big Mac on a 1-1 pitch with 2 outs in the 1st inning hit his 61st home run of the year. And that ball hit high in the air toward right. Sammy will drift back to the edge of the warning track. There's out number 2. So DeShields is 0 for 3. And Brian Jordan 0 for 2 stands in.
Bullpen up and going for the Cubs.
Morgan spots due up first next half inning.
And it's Rodney Myers, and I would think that at this point you would probably go to the bench, although Morgan is hit the hardest ball of the day for the Cubs, a resounding double over the head of Langford in center field.
The Cubs have 4 hits. They've left 5 men on base in the first 4 innings. And 4 of those 5 in scoring position. 2-0 Cardinal game. And another close play at first.
As Chip and I will be and have been doing our rain dance for the rain to continue in New York, with the Mets up 4-0 against the Braves. And Skip, if you're listening, I know you're enjoying your lovely day in New York.
Oh, yeah, Dad, why don't you go out and leave the ballpark, go enjoy a Broadway play, come back around midnight, they'll finish that thing up. No balls and a strike. And Steve told me to say that, so don't write me out of the will just yet.
When Jordan didn't get traded, he kind of felt that that's exactly what would happen, that somebody would be interested and you could essentially rent him for a couple of months. And for a week or two, he went into a slump.
A high chopper up the middle. Morandini behind the bag. Throw to first. Glace dug it out. What a play by Morandini from the shortstop side of the bag. He retires Jordan and the Cardinals in the 4th. We go to the 5th inning. Morgan expected, then Johnson, then Hernandez in a 2-0 game.
Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN is brought to you by Hoover. Nobody gets the dirt like Hoover. Nobody.
Welcome back to the same old place that you laughed about.
If you ask us, it just tastes better.
Making it to the pros takes a certain level of excellence. The experience to get the job done right and a reputation for quality. Having what you need on hand, putting the parts together for the best possible performance. Being in the pros takes a special brand of confidence, and for professionally trained technicians, that confidence is CarQuest. CarQuest. Welcome to the pros.
Shannon Doherty, Holly Marie Combs, Alyssa Milano, Charm.
Premiering Wednesday, October 7th on WGN.
Hi, I'm Hall of Famer Billy Williams with the Chicago Cubs. Call in your pledge now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bart Connor down here at the Hyatt downtown. And hey, I got something special for you. Here we go. Okay. All right. A lot of nice people here waiting to call. Please give them a call. The number's on your screen. And let's go, Cubbies. Go NBA.
Back in St. Louis, it's a 2-0 ball game. How about Big Macs, Tony? That was awesome.
Very rarely, Chip, do you get to the point where you just feel goose pimples when you come to the ballpark. But today was one of those days where you just had a sense of excitement, and it continues with every Sosa and every McGwire at bat. And Mac didn't leave much to the imagination. He just, on his 3rd pitch, hit it out of the ballpark, and that was history.
And we may see a little more of it because the ball is jumping out of this ballpark, and I'm a little disappointed. I feel goosebumps every time I get to work with you. That's a little frustrating to hear you say that.
Well, it's a sea of red here, and the fans very excited. This is a very special day in St. Louis.
And a very special ballpark, a great tradition, of course, of baseball here in St. Louis. And it couldn't happen to a nicer guy, Mark McGwire. And hopefully it'll happen to Sammy Sosa a bit later on today, too. Big Mo evens the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He'll hit for himself here.
And he's the guy who's hit 1,000 since putting on a Cub uniform. Still raining in New York.
Yep. Line drive right field. Dad just sent a very kind message along the internet.
Yes? What was that?
Well, I'd rather keep that personal. But it was a very bad thing to say. Let me leave it at that. 2-0. Redbirds have the lead. The 2-2. Strike three called on a fastball. One down.
Well, there's no doubt that Oliver does have a good fastball, and he's very deceptive with his delivery. And the Cardinals figure that as he moves along, and he is still a pretty young man, that they have gotten themselves a pretty good starter for the future. They gave up Todd Stottlemyre, they gave up Royce Clayton, they got Fernando Tatis and Oliver. And they, along with everybody in baseball, probably will have a shot at getting Stottlemyre back, as he is going to be a free agent.
Lance Johnson, the batter, with one out. He's 0 for 2. Boy, that'd be a great deal for the Cardinals. You get your everyday third baseman, you get Oliver, a left-hander, and you might get Stottlemyre back for nothing.
I think it all depends on what Mr. Stottlemyre decides to ask for. He's had a substantial ERA since moving over to the Texas Rangers, but the young man has always piled up a lot of innings, and in this day and age, that is a valuable starter.
Now it's 3-0 to Lance Johnson. Another guy that's had some problems since going over to Texas is Todd Zeile. And that Ranger team doing everything they can, but they just can't quite catch Anaheim. Now that lead in the AL West is 3.5 games. 3 balls, 1 strike to Lance, the former Cardinal. Full count now. I think Lance was traded to the White Sox for Jose De Leon.
Originally he was. De Leon had some good years.
Hopped up out of play.
But he also had some very bad years, and one of the reasons why he had so much trouble in his years in the National League was he couldn't hold base runners close. In the American League, where they weren't quite as aggressive, he had some decent years, but he struggled here. And they ran on him at will.
Again, the count is full. The 3-2. Almost hit him. Lance draws the 1-out walk. So Oliver's had pretty good control today. That's his first free pass of the ball game. He struck out 2 men. He scattered 4 hits. But again, Hernandez, Grayson, Sosa attempting to tie this game or put the Cubs in front in the 5th.
In his 2 at-bats, Jose Hernandez has hit the ball right on the nose twice. And again, this Cardinal defense, the 2nd worst in the league, probably will be put to the test, because Oliver is not going to have a 10 or 12 strikeout game. The hitters will put the ball in play consistently.
Jose 1 for 2 today. He singled. He's reached on an error by the shortstop. That Boston game continues to, or Toronto game, I should say, continues to go the Blue Jays' way. It's 10-1 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Toronto now is only 5 games behind Boston in the wild card, and the Red Sox are hosting the Yankees tonight. Wow. And there is the wild card race. Boy, would Roger Clemens like to have 1 shot at the Red Sox for the whole shooting match? Wouldn't that be something? 2-0 game. And now time is called as Jose stepped out of the box.
We talked about DeShields and Polanco having the occasional difficulty. Big Mac, not the greatest first baseman in the world. And the man at third base, Tatis, has committed 25 errors between Texas and here in St. Louis. And that is a whopping total for a third baseman.
And it hasn't gotten better for him since he did the Dennis Rodman thing with his hairdo. He's got the ears for it. But if you look underneath that red Cardinal cap, he's got the strawberry blonde thing going. Be a good look for you.
Oh, yeah. Oliver slowing things down here in the 5th inning on what is becoming a very warm, very muggy day.
1 ball, no strikes. Fouled back well on a day like today. You'd love to have the ice water concession, the Pepsi Cola concession, the film concession. They are going through.
I wouldn't mind the Budweiser concession.
Well, that would be a real good concession to have.
And you could take a ride in that blimp that's flying high overhead.
1 ball, 1 strike. It's chopped foul past third. They need to bring the Clydesdales back to this place. Of course, the brewery doesn't own the Cardinal franchise anymore. And the ownership, the new ownership group, deserves a tremendous pat on the back for all they have done for this franchise. They've made this stadium feel like a ballpark and not a multi-purpose stadium.
I think it's much better than it was at any time. And they've taken a ballpark that was fairly sterile and added a little character to it as we sweep around and show you the scoreboards, the World Championship flags, the retired numbers. It's become a very nice looking place.
1 and 2. Again to first. They want to pay close attention to Johnson. He has stolen 8 bases. It is only a 2-0 Cardinal game. There's that manual scoreboard, and if you tilt down just a little bit, you'll see the post-dispatch sign where Big Mac hit the scoreboard. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch. Dances down and in, 2-2.
I think the best thing that they did here, as well as the aesthetics around the ballpark, was put in the natural surface.
Well, I know the players are happy about that.
It's for a much better ballpark.
Jeff Blauser was telling a story that when playing for the Braves, he wore those plastic spikes. They actually melted on the turf. There's a high fly ball hit deep down the left field line. Gant on the run, nearing the line, runs out of real estate. And Jose has another swing on the house here.
Well, it would get to, on the field, 135, 140 degrees at times during those very warm July and August days. I remember pitching here on a July 4th, losing 10 pounds. Didn't go to the distance that day.
It was an angry 5, I'm sure.
No, it was 7 1/3. I remember it. And it was very uncomfortable.
2-2. The pitch. A roller again, foul. Good at bat here by Jose Hernandez, who, despite all the heroics of Sammy Sosa and Kerry Wood this year, Mickey Morandini as well, this guy has really come out of nowhere to be certainly the Cubs' most versatile player this year. This man wanted to be traded in spring training because he never felt he would get a chance to play every day. Well, with the Cubs trading Kevin Orie to Florida and picking up Gary Gaetti and Jeff Blauser being hurt, he's gotten to play a lot, and he's produced. 2-2. Line to the shortstop. That's caught. And Johnson back to first. Polanco thought he trapped it, but no, he caught it on the fly, and there's out number 2 for Mark Grace.
Well, he wanted it to just drop out of the glove and get a double play and not have to worry about Grace and maybe Sosa. But it did stay in the glove. And Larry Poncino says indeed Jose is out. So he's hit the ball hard 3 times, but has 1 for 3 to show for it.
And now Mark Grace, the hitter, he's 0 for 2. He's flied to left and bounced to first. And Oliver definitely wants to get him because Sammy's waiting on deck.
And if Mark does keep it alive, Sammy could put the Cubs on top with 1 swing of the bat.
The great fans here in St. Louis gave Sosa a standing ovation when he batted for the first time today. Sammy tipped his cap to the most appreciative crowd. When McGwire hit the home run, Sosa was clapping and right. McGwire even came out of the dugout for the curtain call, pointed out to Sammy, and gave the old trademark V sign out to Sammy in right field. They've got Johnson picked off if McGwire can make a good throw. He did, and the inning is over. Johnson got picked off with the heart of the order due up. That's not good base running. So the Cubs run themselves out of the 5th inning and trail 2-0.
Welcome to the Tanner's Circus of Fun, and prepare to be amazed.
How do you breathe?
On Full House.
Weekdays at 5, starting October 5th.
When
batteries are put to the test, America's most trusted lives up to its name. Die Hard. What's under your hood?
For 100 years, Biv the Michelin Man has symbolized our never-ending quest to invent the best tires in the world. Michelin, celebrating 100 years of innovation.
Anne Klein Eyewear by Luxottica. What do you want people to see?
I want you to see fearlessness.
The unexpected.
I want you to see you don't need words to make a statement.
Let them see you in Anne Klein Eyewear by Luxottica.
Flip log day one on the road, in the air, to cover Major League Baseball.
It's the year of the home run, my friends. Jack City. We're watching the big boys launch the long-range missiles over and over again, higher and higher. In fact, this ball right here is a ball that Mark McGwire launched into the propeller of the Bud 1 airship, proving that he is the Red Menace.
Hey, man, call the FAA. These guys are a threat to our airspace.
Mary and her boyfriend are getting closer, but have they gone too far?
You're acting more like he's your husband.
Seventh heaven.
Tonight at 7 on WGN.
Well, nothing comes between these Redbirds and their fans. A standing ovation for you-know-who. Here comes Big Mac in the fifth. He's one away from owning the record all by himself. 61 McGwire homers. He's 2 out of 2. And here comes the Morgan pitch. Breaking ball hit high in the air, shallow center field. Lance Johnson's got it, and there's out number 1. So Mac 2 out of 3. And boy, he's going up there after the first pitch every time, man. He's just mashing away.
He got a breaking ball out over the plate. It was probably in the spot he wanted it, but he just got under it. So the last base hit in the third he got on top of. This one he got under. But he's still 2 for 3. And the bigger news is 61.
So he leads Sosa by 3. And here is Langford. Now the crowd again heads to the turnstile, heads to the concession stand to cool off as Langford looks at a ball. So much has been made, Stoney, about the fact that McGwire and Sosa are both pushing each other during this record chase. In 61, it was Maris and then Mickey Mantle before he got hurt. With Babe Ruth, it was that great 27 Yankees team.
It was also Lou Gehrig. And I think that it helped both men to have someone else to shoot for instead of just an obscure record and the ghost of Roger Maris. I think that on an everyday basis, Sammy keeps saying that Mark is the man, and Mark has started to say Sammy's the man, and you kind of take the emphasis away from what you're trying to accomplish. I think it's helped take the pressure off both of these guys. And it's obviously graphically illustrated in Mark McGwire just loosening up so much over the last 3 weeks. He was tight as a drum most of this year, complaining about being a caged animal and a number of other things. And now he seems to be really enjoying each and every moment, because this is just a special season for both of these guys, one that might never be repeated again. So you might as well take advantage of the fact that you might pass this road only one time and greet every game with that feeling that it is special. And I know now Big Mac is doing it, and Sammy's pretty much done it all year long. I think in holding his accomplishments and his season in perspective, nobody could have possibly done it any better than Sammy Sosa right from the beginning of this year. And you pointed out, Chip, that it could very well be that Sammy was in no way, shape, or form intended to even be there.
Well, if it is kind of a play on words considering the Cubs standing and considering what they're shooting for now, but he really was the wild card this year. Everybody thought from day one it was going to be McGwire and Griffey, and that's all you heard. In fact, talking to Tony La Russa on Saturday, he said from day one of spring training, that's all Mark McGwire heard, was that he was going to challenge Maris's home run race by hitting 61 or more in this 1998 season. And Tony said to me that from day one of spring training, he was a devastating home run hitter. So having to live up to that was the biggest challenge of all. Now, of course, Maris and Mantle all the Yankee fans wanted Mickey Mantle to do it. He was considered the heir apparent. Maris was an outsider. And rightfully or not, that was how a lot of people in New York felt.
Well, Mantle was the Yankee. He was raised by the Yankees, brought to the major leagues by the Yankees, and epitomized what the Yankees of that era were all about. And that's why they were rooting for Mickey to break it. And for a long time, that race was very heated between the two. But yet they were their own support system.
And that's what McGwire and Sosa have been for each other here in this '98 campaign. And again, no matter what happens, I just hope and pray that some writer, some broadcaster does not have the audacity to say that because one man hits 1 or 2 or 3 more home runs than either one of those guys, that one had a better year than the other, because you can't have a better year than another guy with the kinds of numbers that these men are putting up. The runner at first goes. The pitch is high. The throw to second is going to short hop and deflect into shallow center field. But Langford steals his 20th base of the year.
No chance for Scott Service, although it is a very bad throw to second. And that's one of the things the Cubs are going to have to address somehow, somewhere. They cannot stop the opposing base runners from stealing. And that's 2 today for Langford, and it puts him in scoring position. So in a tight game, if walks turn into doubles, if singles turn into doubles, then it takes base hits to score runs, and it's tough to win that way.
Good speed in the box, good speed at second. The 1-1 with 1 out. Fastball swung right through it. It's now 1-2.
If you can throw a good breaking ball low and away, or a sinker low and away to Gant, you're going to retire him, because he's trying to pull everything and has been most of this year. Now, he's awfully strong, and some would say you just keep throwing the ball up and into him, but there's a small margin for error up and in.
The pitch. There's that breaking ball. 2-2. Well, Sosa got hot in the month of June. He hit 20 that month for the Cubs.
And take a look after the first 2 months of the season. Sammy was 14 back, and seemingly Big Mac was on his way to a rout. And it hasn't worked out that way.
The 2-2. In the dirt, 3 balls, 2 strikes, with Tatis waiting next.
If Morgan doesn't keep an eye on Langford at second, he is going to steal third. He got a huge jump as if to test just how far he could go. Morandini is the closest to him. He has to be, because Gant hits a lot of balls to the left side. But Morgan's going to have to take a couple of looks at second and make sure that Langford doesn't go.
3 balls, 2 strikes. The Morgan pitch. Another walk. That's 6 in the game now. 2 on, 1 out.
And I don't think that we're going to see Mike Morgan any longer. He's gone 4 and 4 2/3, and it looks to me like today he's destined for 4 1/3 innings of work. So it's been 3 starts, and Morgan probably will not have seen the 6th inning in any of them. But let's see what Jim Riggleman has in mind. You have Tatis up, and you have the bullpen ready. It looks to me like with Mark Grace walking back to his position that he's going to allow Morgan in the game. So now you hope for a sinker and a ground ball and hopefully get out of the inning.
6 walks for Morgan in the game. And Tatis, the hitter, 0 for 1. He's drawn one of those 6 walks. The game has slowed to a snail's pace, but as far as I'm concerned, we can play forever.
It's like to see Sammy and Mark McGwire get as many at-bats as they can, with Sammy maybe 1 or 2 more.
Morgan misses, ball 1.
You just have to hope that a very young Tatis expands that strike zone and maybe gets himself out on a ground ball out of the zone. It is hard to walk Tatis.
But he's on the verge of doing that. 2-0. 0-4-0 for the Cubs. 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 error for St. Louis. Cardinals have won 6 of 7. The Cubs have won 9 of 11.
Give you an idea how hard it is to walk Tatis. He's walked 30 times in 460 at-bats. One of those times was in the 3rd inning.
Runners lead the 2-0. Missed it, 2-1.
Well, that's why he doesn't walk very much. That was a slider out of the zone. And Tatis tried to hit it into Big Mac land in left field.
Another game in St. Louis tomorrow night. Steve Traxel, Kent Merker. We'll have it for you at 7 o'clock here on WGN. Then the Cubs home to take on the Pirates. The Cardinals visit Cincinnati. Snap throw back to first. The runner back safely, and the count evens 2-2. Morgan laboring into the fifth. It's only a 2-0 game. But the Cubs offense hasn't been able to solve Darren Oliver yet. Missed with it. 3-2.
And you wonder, with very good speed on the bases, if they're going to be going. And if Morgan is able to extricate himself from this jam with 6 walks through 4 1/3 innings, it would be a monumental accomplishment. Normally, when you do that, you're giving up 5 or 6 runs.
3 balls, 2 strikes. The Cub pen is ready. The payoff pitches, runners lead. They don't go. The delivery, ground ball is foul. Off to the left side. McGwire started the inning. He popped into center on the first pitch. Langford walked, stole second. Gant walked for the second time today.
Now with Morgan out there and a right-hander in the pen, you think about John Mabry as a pinch hitter for Polanco if Tatis reaches base.
And he's murdered the Cubs all year too. The 3-2. Bouncing ball, Morgan's got it. Second base, 1, flip to first. Close play, but in time. Morgan starts the double play, and the Cardinals are retired in the 5th. Here comes Grace. Here comes Sosa. Here comes Glenn Allen Hill as we head to the 6th inning.
Both these men have athlete's foot. But only one used Desinex, the soothing cure. Desinex has a dual-action formula that calms the itching and cools the burning. And Desinex is clinically proven to kill the fungus dead, so your feet feel good while they heal. Got athlete's foot? Get dual-action Desinex. Soothes while it cures.
The Michelin X1. Thanks to Michelin technology, it gives you long mileage and better wet braking than any rain tire. And that should make everyone on a wet road happy.
Unpredictable weather. Only one Chicago meteorologist consistently beats the odds. WGN TV's Tom Skilling, voted best weathercast in the state. Watch for it weeknights on Chicago's very own WGN News at 9.
This copyright telecast is presented by the authority of the Chicago National League Ball Club, which has right of approval of the announcers and is intended solely for the private and non-commercial use of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Chicago National League Ball Club is strictly prohibited.
On we go to the 6th inning. Mark Grace, Sammy Sosa, Glenn Allen Hill. It's 2-0 Cardinal lead. Our senior producer director of Cubs baseball is Arnie Harris. Today's game produced by John Walgren. Our associate producer is the commander, Pete Toma. Our coordinating producer is Kim Fields. The executive producer of WGN Sports is Bob Vorwald. My name's Chip Carey. I'm along with Steve Stone from Busch Memorial Stadium in St. Louis, where the big story is, of course, Big Mac. And Darren Oliver shutting down the Cubs so far.
Well, let's hope that Mark Grace can get aboard for Sammy Sosa, and he can tie it up with one swing. The Cubs have managed to stay close, and Mike Morgan has managed to walk the tightrope through 6 walks, but only 3 hits.
Outside, 2-0.
A walk here would look awfully good. And it would help take the sting out of just a terrible base running play by Lance Johnson getting picked off to end that 5th inning.
Again, Big Mac hit his 61st home run in the 143rd game of the championship season. And when you factor in all the walks Mark McGwire has gotten this year, that is ridiculous. 147 bases on balls for McGwire on the year.
He leads the league in on-base percentage, something that you never see happen to a slugger.
Grace, strike 2, 3-2.
You look at an on-base percentage of .471. Bonds is second, Walker is third, Olerud is fourth, Sheffield fifth.
High fly ball hit to left. Gantz under it. He's going to make the catch. 1 down.
Somewhat amazingly, Chip, you have to go a long way down to find Biggio at .404, the only leadoff hitter among the on-base percentage leaders.
Very interesting. Well, here comes Sammy again. He's 0 for 2. He popped out to McGwire in the first, struck out looking on a dandy breaking ball from Oliver to end the Cubs' third. Sosa with 58 homers, 140 driven in. Against the Cardinals this year, he's hit 2 homers. And Oliver misses low ball 1.
I've seen some sports writer friends at the ballpark from all over the country. Television people from all over the country just to see the 2 guys you're looking at.
He laid off 2-0. Crowd booing. They want Sosa to gain some ground today.
They don't want any walks to either of those 2 guys.
I don't want any walks either, doggone it. Throw it down the middle. Let's see what he can do with it.
119 home runs combined, and you're looking at it on your screen.
Awesome. The 2-0. Home run cut. 2-1. Of Sosa's homers, 32 of them have been of the solo variety. Maybe another one here would cut the lead in half for the Cardinals. The wind, the 2-1. Swung, lined hard down the right field line, but out of play. 2-2. Again, he got him with a breaking ball last time.
After working him away, he got him with an inside curveball.
And here's looking at you guys.
You think there's enough coverage for this one?
2 balls, 2 strikes. The line, the pitch is high. He's got to come to him now. 3-2.
Well,
the man on deck has crushed Oliver this year.
I wouldn't think he's going to a curveball here. I would just look for a fastball. He has a 2-run lead. As Big Mac just patiently stands by.
The 3-2. Fastball foul tipped, caught by Marrero. And Sosa 0 for 3. 2 down.
Well, give a little credit to Darren Oliver. He just went right at him with what for him is his best pitch. That's the fastball. And Sammy took his best cut and came up empty. 2 strikeouts today. Oliver has been mystifying through 5 2/3.
And now Glenn Allen Hill bounces the ball up the middle. To his right to Shields, off balance throwing time. The Cubs go quickly and quietly in the 6th. Bottom half rolls around. Lower third of the Cardinal order is due. They lead it 2-0.
They come from different cultures.
Beach Boys. Don't you ever touch a black man's radio, boy.
They play by different rules.
FBI, I need this motorcycle. Get up.
But on a case this big,
we're gonna get your daughter back safe and sound.
They speak the same language.
We can hang in my crib. I will show you my hood.
What the hell did you just say?
Jackie Chan. Wow. Chris Tucker. Rush Hour.
Which one of y'all kicking?
Rated PG-13. Starts Friday, September 18th.
Why does Tums control acid faster than Pepsid AC? Because they work on your stomach acid in totally different ways. Tums Calcium naturally, rapidly neutralizes acid so it works fast. Pepsid AC's famotidine has to travel through your bloodstream, so it takes at least 40 minutes to block natural acid production. So why does Tums work on acid faster and cost less, and Pepsid AC works slower and costs more?
Good question.
Tum, 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 tum.
Hi, I'm Linda Carter, and I'm here to tell you why ordering your contact lenses direct from Lens Express is
such a great idea.
We're America's largest contact lens replacement service. Call now for a free catalog and save up to 50% by ordering direct from Lens Express.
And I get the exact lenses my doctor prescribed or my money back. Now that's
what I call service. I couldn't do without
Lens Express.
Call this number now for a free Lens Express catalog.
Don't join the information age. Lead it.
If you want to make it in the world, you've got to stay in school.
To have a good future, I must stay in school.
A good future depends on a great education.
Education is my ticket to the future.
Presented by Computer Sciences Corporation.
Well, you knew the commissioner of baseball, Bud Selig, would be in St. Louis on a day like today. He and Stan the Man Musial chatting in one of the boxes field side on a very hot afternoon for baseball in St. Louis.
And we had Stan in our booth. He was a guest conductor, played a little harmonica for us, and it's hard to believe that there's a nicer man anywhere than Stan Musial.
Well,
he is wonderful and a beloved character here.
And I think he's going to have to come up with a new tune on the harmonica, the Mark McGwire blow or something like that. I don't know what you'd call it. But he's got to work on his repertoire after Big Mac has had the kind of year he has had. And there's the young man that caught the baseball. He's talking to his press agent, People Magazine. He'll have deals that come in aplenty.
Well, that man and the man or young lady that catches number 62.
Well, Polanco, Oliver, and Marrero here in the Cardinals' sixth. And there's a strike from Mike Morgan.
Well, Jim Riggleman showed a lot of faith in Mike Morgan because in a jam in the fifth, with 6 walks already under his belt, he allowed him to get himself out of the inning, and he threw a double play ground ball.
Polanco hits a fly ball into right field that Sammy's going to catch. One away. Polanco's 0 for 3, and now Oliver bats. He's 0 for 2 today. It's only 2-0 in favor of the Cardinals. And they're watching this game, as we told you, all over the world, including down in La Romana of the Dominican Republic. Big Cub fan Daniel Corsaro from the Giacosa Restaurante is watching things today. He says, beautiful weather down in the Dominican Republic. He's at the Casa de Campo Paradise, 86 degrees and beautiful warm waters.
Well, if he's at a restaurant, have him send something up.
That would be awesome. A little plantain action before the 7th inning stretch. We'll be all over that, man.
Paella?
Paella would be good. Extra clams for Arnie.
Oh, you can have apple or boysenberry paella. Be good.
A la mode, the 0-2. That would be interesting. Oliver strikes out, 2 down. Morgan has struck out 3 men now. And Eli Marrero, who has also homered in the game, the next man to greet him.
And Morgan has held the Cardinals to just 3 hits.
2 of them, though, left the ballpark. And again, you made the point earlier, and I think it bears repeating, a sinker baller. A little strong early. That's when the Cardinals scored their single runs in the first and in the second inning.
Well, that's when they're most vulnerable. And so the only thing that's hurt Morgan today and the only thing that's put him in trouble after the first 2 innings has been his control.
Both home runs by the Cardinals came with 2 men out. That's the scenario here for Marrero. And he looks at a ball, though, from big Mike Morgan. Wonder what the record book will say about McGwire when he has the record all by himself. Now, officially, there was never an asterisk next to the Roger Maris mark. There was, however, a notation as to the number of games that he played, which many people felt was as good as an asterisk, as did I. That has since been removed. Babe Ruth's season was much shorter than that of the one Roger Maris played in back in 1961. Again, McGwire ties him in the 143rd game of the year.
I don't think there will be any notation other than that he hit the ball awfully far. And I think a lot of people have a tendency to think, Chip, when he does break the record, that this is over. And it isn't. There's a long way to go, and he could break the record first, and Sammy then could pass him by, because Sammy hits his home runs in bunches. And he's done that throughout his career. So just because Mark gets there first, that doesn't necessarily mean that the epitaph for that race or this season is over.
3-2. Fouled straight back by Marrero. 2 outs, base is empty. A 3-2 count due to Marrero. Before he looks at this Morgan pitch, let's pause for station identification.
This is America's #1 sports station, WGN, Chicago.
3-2 from Morgan. Hit high in the air into left center field. Johnson turning the wrong way, catches up to it, puts it away. And the inning is over. Nothing doing for the Redbirds in the 6th. On to the 7th we go. Gaetti, Morandini, and Service in a 2-0 Cardinal game.
Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN is brought to you by Pepsi. Generation Next.
Welcome to the Tanner Circus of Fun.
Follow me.
See them juggle laughs. Enjoy the clowns.
Pretty cool, huh?
It's the wildest show on TV.
Can I get a tattoo?
Full house.
Weekdays at 5, starting October 5th.
Both these men have athlete's foot. But only one used Desinex, the soothing cure. Desinex has a dual-action formula that calms the itching and cools the burning. And Desinex is clinically proven to kill the fungus dead, so your feet feel good while they heal. Got athlete's foot? Get dual-action Desinex. Soothes while it cures.
For 100 years, Biv the Michelin Man has symbolized our never-ending quest to invent the best tires in the world. Michelin, celebrating 100 years of innovation.
A nation of evil lives among us, and only one can save us.
It's open season on all Night Stalkers.
Critics call Blade heart-stopping, ultra-cool, dazzling, mesmerizing, awesome. And Siskel and Ebert give it 2 thumbs up. Wesley Snipes, Stephen Dorff in the #1 movie in America, Blade. Rated R. Now playing.
The Army means hard work.
I don't know how real Army guys do it.
The Army Show.
Coming this fall on WGN.
On today's Discover Card Payback Playback, in June of 1989, Sammy Sosa smashed his first career homer against the Rocket, Roger Clemens, at Fenway Park. It was the only home run Sammy Sosa hit while playing for the Texas Rangers. His inaugural Major League home run by Sammy Sosa, today's Discover Card Payback Playback. Man, that is an unbelievable shot. He looks like Julio Franco running around the bases, doesn't he?
Sammy looks like a little shortstop when he hit his first home run. Now he looks like a linebacker.
Well, that was his first big league home run against Roger Clemens, who might win the Cy Young Award over in the American League. He has been unbelievable for Toronto. Gary Gaetti smash into center field, sends Langford on the run. At the track, at the wall. Long solo home run for Gaetti, and we've got a 1-run game.
His 15th homer. His 57th driven in. And finally the Cubs break through against Darren Oliver. I think the bullpen probably will get up and going. And the fans here giving Gary Gaetti, who was a crowd favorite, a huge round of applause and a standing ovation.
So it's now 2-1. And the news in New York getting better for the Mets. The tarp is coming off at Shea Stadium. They expect to resume play in about 15 minutes there. And the Mets enjoying the lead.
All the runs here today via the home run.
A 2-1 game in the 7th. Now Morandini a rope to right. And the Cubs are starting to time Oliver now, and the Cardinal bullpen, which has been porous for much of the year, starts to get busy.
This fastball right down the middle, and Gary Gaetti has his 2nd hit of the day and his 15th home run of the year as Langford gives it the run and looks up and it's gone. So things starting to get interesting as Dave Duncan will trot to the mound.
Well, the Cubs trying to get off the schneid here in St. Louis. The Cubs 0-3 in the Redbirds' nest. Lost 16-3 on August 7th, 9-8 in 13 innings on the 8th. And then that 2-1 heartbreaker on the ninth.
Busby the right-hander, Painter the left-hander. And now Gary Darling going out to break up the meeting at the mound. And you have a couple of things that you can do if you're Scott Service and Jim Riggleman. One is the hit and run, because Scott is very good at that. And the other, you think about the bunt, because you know you're going to a pinch hitter, and it looks like Matt Mieske in the on-deck circle.
So let's see what Scott can do here. He's 0 for 2. He's flied to left, he's flied to right. Let's see if he can fly one right out of the ballpark here. Oliver's given up 1 run. Scott shows bunt, punts it in the air to the right side. He put a lot of backspin on it. McGwire flips to first and got it. Good sacrifice. Runner to second with 1 man out.
It looked like a nice little wedge shot that was not going to roll foul, so McGwire had to play it. Almost flipped it into right field. Scott Service pops it up, but nobody can get close enough on the fly, and then McGwire throws it a little wide of the bag, but DeShields able to keep the foot on the bag as he makes the play. That could have been a huge break for the Cubs and disastrous for the Cardinals. So Matt Mieske comes on, hitting 200 as a pinch hitter, but when he was here, he was swinging the bat awfully well. He was hitting .308, and he asked, well, why did they send him down then? One of the reasons was it was actually almost a trade-off, the Glenn Allen Hill for Matt Mieske. They both filled the same kind of role, and Ed Lynch thought that Glenn Allen Hill could provide a lot more power. And so Mieske wasn't sent down because he wasn't doing the job, because the fact is that he was. It's just that Glenn Allen Hill could supply the long ball, and he has done just that.
Well, one of those here would be real nice.
And that's going to be it for Oliver, so he will go as far as he can go as Tony La Russa comes out to make the change.
And he's going to go to the left-hander, Lance Painter, here with Mieske due up. Interesting move here. He's sticking with the lefties as Oliver goes 6 innings and 1/3. He surrenders 1 run on 6 hits. Nice hand for the young left-hander who did his job today. Mike Morgan did his for the Cubs as well. Back with more after this.
Now, one of the biggest laugh getters in comedy is the spit take.
Right, and the spit take always comes after a surprise, and it first appeared in Shakespeare. Let's try one.
All right, bet. Marlon, our show is moving from Wednesday to Thursday.
The Wayans brothers move to Thursdays beginning September 17th on WGN.
Hey, that was great.
Oh, you like that?
Yeah, that was good.
That was pretty funny, too. Moving to Thursday. That was a funny joke.
That wasn't no joke.
Why does Tums control acid faster than Pepsid AC? Because they work on your stomach acid in totally different ways. Tums Calcium naturally rapidly neutralizes acid so it works fast. Pepsid AC's famotidine has to travel through your bloodstream, so it takes at least 40 minutes to block natural acid production. So why does Tums work on acid faster and cost less, and Pepsid AC works slower and costs more?
Good question.
On this hot, muggy day, Big Mac looks on. He hit number 61 earlier in the day. And now left-hander Lance Painter comes on, trying to protect a 1-run Cardinal lead here in the top half of the 7th.
Painter at 4-0, ERA 4.29, on for the 58th time. And you might ask yourself, you're Tony La Russa, why do you bring in the left-hander to replace a left-hander with a right-hand pinch hitter? And that is because Tony La Russa figured that there was a little more thunder on the left side as far as a pinch hitter is concerned. And so he didn't want to see perhaps Brant Brown in this situation. So he brings in Painter, who's thrown the ball pretty well.
And as he continues to warm up, if you're searching for the comprehensive coverage of the Cubs as they vie for playoff contention, well, look no further. Fine Line, the Cubs monthly newspaper, provides a complete package of Cubs coverage for fans nationwide. Fine Line's just $19.95, and 2-year subscribers get a free copy of the Ryne Sandberg commemorative program. Call 773-404-CUBS to order, or join us on our internet website, www.cubs.com.
And another factor when you're looking ahead, and Tony La Russa, a very well prepared manager, he knows that if he went to Busby, then you not only get a left-hand hitter, but then you probably have to go to the left-hander against Johnson, who's in the on-deck circle. This way you can stay with the left-handed Painter And the Cubs now within one, but they've got the tying run in scoring position.
So here's Miski against Lance Painter, with Mickey Morandini, the runner, at second in a one-run game. Way outside, 1-0. I know I'm guilty of it today. You've been treated to one of the great moments in baseball history. Now you got to get back and worry about trying to win this ball game. It's not just about Big Mac and Sammy today for the Cubs, or tomorrow. The Cubs in a playoff fight for their lives today. The pitch bounces away. Morandini had a thought of going, but Marrero picked it off.
Good stop by Eli Marrero as he blocks a pitch down. So Painter has come in with, at least for the moment, the inability to get the ball over the plate. And he's had trouble in that department. 27 walks in 42 innings, and that's not real good.
2 balls, no strikes. Mistwood at 3-0. Lance Johnson waiting on deck.
This has been a real bad bullpen this year. And that's one of the reasons why the Cardinals have struggled.
3-0. He missed with that one. 4 straight pitches out of the zone. Puts 2 on with 1 out. Painter this year against the Cubs. 6 innings, 3 hits, 4 walks now, and 6 strikeouts. So 2 are on for Lance Johnson. Lance has not had the most sterling of days. He's 0 for 2 with a walk, and then he got picked off with the heart of the order due up. But a chance for redemption here in the 7th inning. And a strike is called. Well, relief in sight on this hot day. The vanilla and chocolate ice cream, albeit a little bit soupy, is here. But it all goes down good on a hot day in St. Louis. 0-1, 2-1 Cardinal game. I used to live on that stuff when the Braves would come to town with my dad. Of course, you could tell by my physique that that was the case.
Last time out, Painter pitched 1 inning and fanned everyone. He will not be able to do that today.
1-1. Right through there. Strike 2 call. The Cubs have left runners on base a lot today again. 5 of them in the first 4 innings.
You figure that for Painter, this likely will be the last man he'll face one way or the other. You have Busby still throwing and Jose Hernandez in the on-deck circle.
1-2. Went sidearm. And Marrero, a very nice stop. And the count evens, no advance by the base runner.
Well, fortunately, Painter missed the fact that Polanco was standing right on the bag with a chance to pick off Mickey Morandini, and had Lance Johnson hit that ball, there was nobody at shortstop. You got to look back there a couple of times, because even if you're not going to make a pickoff attempt, you have to step off. You can't allow your defense to be pulled out of position. And I think that's where he looked at Polanco. He just said, my fault.
A hit would mean a run. Mickey's got good speed out at second base. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. He hung it and he grounded it foul. Dan Radisson with a great play over at first.
Makes the young man very happy as he flips the souvenir into the stands.
And all of Dan's fans here in the metropolitan St. Louis area, seeing him in live and in living color. 2-2. Runners lead first and second now. Again, the pitch to Lance. Swung on, high fly ball, hit to shallow left center field. Langford's there, he's got it. And there's out number 2.
And now let's see what's on the mind of Tony La Russa. Jose Hernandez has been up 3 times, and he's hit the ball right on the nose all 3 times. And Dave Duncan pointing to the pin. It looks like Busby coming in.
Busby was the man who was up. He will get the call. Painter becomes the third Cardinal pitcher of the inning. Cubs have him first and second now. 2 outs in the 7th. It's up to Jose if the Cubs are to tie the game or take the lead here in St. Louis.
September 29th, the WB's new Tuesday. A new season begins.
I loved you.
All new episodes. Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Then, she's about to make the best mistake of her life.
Sometimes it's the smallest decisions that can pretty much change your life forever.
Television's most anticipated new drama, Felicity, premieres after Buffy.
Premiering Tuesday, September 29th on WGN.
Both these men have athlete's foot. But only one used Desinex, the soothing cure. Desinex has a dual-action formula that calms the itching and cools the burning. And Desinex is clinically proven to kill the fungus dead, so your feet feel good while they heal. Got athlete's foot? Get dual-action Desinex. Soothes while it cures.
Mike Busby takes over for the Cardinals now. He'll face Jose Hernandez.
Busby at 5-1 this year, ERA 4.97, on for the 18th time. And there you look at the numbers. And he inherits Cub base runners at first and second, so the tying and go-ahead run on the bases for Jose Hernandez, who swung the bat very well today.
Speaking of swinging the bats well, how about Toronto? 15-1, they pummeled the Cleveland Indians at Skydome, but for the Indians take solace. Really only counts for 9.7 runs. The runs don't count quite as much when they're in Canada.
40% less in Canada.
Maybe Busby will add to those very poor statistics here in the 7th inning.
Inherited runners stranded. Just 1 of 9. Wow. Gives you a lot of confidence if you're Oliver and Painter. But Busby has pretty decent stuff, and let's see if Jose Hernandez can help him get down to about 9% or so in that statistic.
Jose came into today's game 1 for his last 14. He's 1 for 3 today, a single in the first, reached on a Polanco error in the third, and then lined out to the shortstop his last time up. Here's Jose. Morandini at second, Miski at first. 2-1 now, the Cardinal lead. Gary Gaetti led the inning off with a solo home run for the Cubs, his 14th since coming over as a free agent.
With 2 outs and runners in scoring position, Jose has been pretty good this year, getting up close to 300. And don't go away, folks, because Big Mac is due up third in the 7th. But first things first.
Busby ready to go. The right-hander sets and fires. Strike called, 0-1.
Busby, a big right-hander at 6'4", 210 pounds. Out of Lomita, California. Now lives in Glendale, Arizona, on the west side of town.
0-1. Jose steps back out. Big Mac is homered. Sammy Sosa 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts today in St. Louis. Matthew McGwire on hand to watch his dad tie Roger Maris's record. The 0-1. Swung on, hit high in the air. Not much carried to it. Jordan back in the shadows. Makes the grab and the inning is over. 1 run, 2 hits, 2 more Cub runners left. 7th inning stretch time in St. Louis, and Mark McGwire is due up third.
Guess what? Susie Fetterman got sick, so I don't have to be the dumb dinosaur. I get to be the peacock.
Great. Peacock.
Want to get away? Southwest has your ticket to freedom with Southwest Airlines fun fares that begin at $39.
You are now free to move about the country. The Michelin X1. Thanks to Michelin technology, it gives you long mileage and better wet braking than any rain tire. And that should make everyone on a wet road happy.
Stay tuned to receive your free trial version of America's #1 accounting software for small business.
Okay, folks, here's your business cards, letterhead, and my invoice.
How did you create this invoice?
With QuickBooks accounting software, I called the toll-free number and got a free trial version.
Wish I had time to learn new software.
It takes no time. Answer a few simple questions and QuickBooks tailors itself to your business automatically. And if you can write a check, you can use QuickBooks. QuickBooks makes it easy to see who owes you money and how much you owe. It also does invoicing, payroll, and inventory. Plus, you get customizable reports and graphs that puts you in control of your business.
To try QuickBooks free, call 1-800-289-0666 for your free trial version. Or, if you also need time tracking, estimating, and project costing, then try QuickBooks Pro. Either trial is yours free for calling 1-800-289-0666. That's 1-800-289-0666.
Here come the Cardinals in the bottom of inning number 7. New pitcher on the mound for the Cubs. Here in St. Louis, self-proclaimed Baseball City, USA, and they are great fans. It's right-hander Matt Karchner.
Karchner's been pretty good for the Cubs at 3-0, a 5.40 ERA overall, 5-4, a 5.24 ERA. On for the 21st time as a Cub. And Delino DeShields and the top of the order will greet him with McGwire due up third. So Morgan did a pretty good job, leaves trailing 2-1.
DeShields stands in and takes a strike. Delino 0 for 3 today. You're right about Morgan. 6 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, both home runs. He walked 6 and struck out 3. So although he didn't have his pinpoint control, he kept the Cubs in the ballgame, but he trails it by a run.
Karchner said he's just starting to feel good again. He's had his season interrupted by a hernia, later a groin problem. And so now, with his lower half healthy, he's hoping to keep his upper half healthy.
The 1-1. 2 balls and a strike.
Shields is awfully fast, and so if you keep him off base, you can usually hold down this lineup, and that's what's happened today. Cubs have held him to just 2. DeShields at 0 for 3.
The pitch is inside. Well, we told you they're watching this game from around the world. We told you fans watching in Sammy Sosa's native land, the Dominican Republic. Jason Wilson of the 4411th Rescue Squadron watching the game in Kuwait today.
It's probably a little warm over there at this point, and the wind is blowing out.
Come rescue us from this heat and the Mac attack here in St. Louis.
You can't Kuwait for that big guy to hit.
I could have Kuwaited for you to say that, though. 3-2. Swung on line deep toward right. Sammy back as far as he can go, and Delino DeShields is hit a leadoff homer here in the 7th inning.
Every run today, all 4. 3 for the Cardinals, 1 for the Cubs, courtesy of the long ball. The 6th hit by DeShields, RBI number 38. So Delino just back off the disabled list with his first hit today, and he greets Matt Karchner rather rudely.
So just like that, it's a 3-1 Cardinal game now. And while the fans are excited about that, they're saying, doggone it, the wrong guy hit the homer here in the inning.
Well, I know it was the wrong colored uniform.
So it's a 3-1 game for Brian Jordan. Hot shot toward third. Gaetti handles. Crow hops to first. Here comes McGwire with 1 out.
First baseman.
Now, here is where it gets interesting. Every time McGwire bats, Major League Baseball is using a specially coated ball so that there will be no way for a fan to lie and say that they caught the home run ball.
Right, they'll be able to examine it. They haven't told anyone what exactly they're doing or how to identify that baseball, but they will know every time he comes to bat now, if it is indeed the historic number 62.
First pitch is high to McGwire.
And Mike Morgan has given up 61. His young son looking on. You wonder if Matt Karshner ever considered the fact that he might have the opportunity to give up 62.
The 1-0. Swung, popped up toward us, and out of play. All Sammy can do is look on as Mark McGwire takes his thunderous hacks here in St. Louis.
And Sammy knows that he will be due up second in the 8th inning.
The 1-1. Missed outside.
And the fans, if they had done on both sides, have booed every called ball to each hitter. Both Sosa and McGwire.
2-1 now. Swung, lined into center field, and Johnson, oh boy, that ball a sinking liner, but he caught it for out number 2. So McGwire, 2 out of 4.
Big Mac catches this one off the end of the bat. You can see at that shot that he did not get it even close to the sweet spot. And now they go back to the regular baseball.
That's pretty cool, though.
I think it's pretty nice, and it also stops any confusion as to just who did catch the historic home run.
What would really be neat is if we could get Arnie Harris to have a baseball cam inside the baseball and watch its trajectory as it heads over the fence. That would be awesome. 1 ball, no strikes to Langford.
You don't think there'll be a little scrambling for that baseball, do you?
No, they're very civil in the outfield. They'll just... What I would love to see, in all honesty, is nothing against the fans, but I'd love to see the ball ricochet off the facade somewhere and go right back out on the field of play so there's no doubt nobody gets hurt. High pop left side and into the seats. Problem is, McGwire, the only facade McGwire hits is the one in the upper deck or beyond. And it's a little tough for the ball to ricochet back that far.
The home run he hit today got out of the park so quickly and did ricochet off the facade. But the only doubt, not to the fact that it was going to be a home run, would it stay fair long enough, and it just did.
2-1. Pulled to the right side and past Mark Grace into right field for a 2-out Langford hit. His first safety of the day. He's 1 for 2 with a couple of walks.
Matt having a little trouble with the left-handers, and from the right field camera we will show you a good effort by Mark Grace as he dives to his right, but comes up a little short. And now you've got to get by Ron Gant and keep this a 2-run game so that if Mark Grace does get aboard to lead off the 8th inning, Sammy will have a chance to tie it.
Ron Gant, the batter now. Gant's had an interesting day. He's walked twice. He's been hit by a pitch. And Karchner misses with ball 1.
Now Matt has had some problems keeping base runners close, and Langford already has 2 steals. I would think that he would test out the arm of Scott Service. And Scott looking over in the dugout to see if he might want to pitch out, but that would be a little dangerous at 1-0 already.
1-0.
This is where Gant gets dangerous because he loves the ball middle in. He would prefer it down. And well ahead of Karshner, he's just looking fastball all the way. And he is enormously strong.
The stretch now, the 2-0 instead to first. Gant, a former 30-30 man with the Atlanta Braves.
He's signed to a long-term contract, so they know they're going to have Ray Langford around. They know they're going to have Ron Gant around. And
might have Brian Jordan around.
And whether they have Jordan around, you know, J.D. Drew is an outfielder. And they believe he's going to play next year.
The runner goes, the pitch inside, and Scott has no chance.
Well, again, Matt Karshner, if he is going to stay in the National League, and I would assume that the Cubs have plans for Matt for the next couple of years, he's got to work on holding base runners close. He gets such a huge jump that even though this one is high and in, there's not a catcher in baseball that could have made that play at second base.
3-0. They green lighted him and he missed it. 3 balls and a strike.
And this gives me an opportunity to tell you, Chip, on this day in St. Louis, with the years I spent with your grandfather, I'm going to give you the opportunity to be the first one to read a book that I just completed on your grandfather.
Oh, that's right.
And it's going to be coming out after the first of the year. I wanted to wait a bit to get my thoughts clear. There's a lot of people who knew Harry, but not a lot of people who really knew him. And so the book Where's Harry will come out after the first of the year. I'll give you a little preview.
That's the name of the book?
Where's Harry?
Where's Harry? As Gant walks with 2 outs. First and second. Cardinals have already extended their lead now to 3-1.
The reason why, or for the title, was that when I first got to the Cubs, and all through our 15 years together, that is the single question that everyone asked me every day, regardless of where I went. It was as if they believed that we were living together or rooming together on the road. It was always, where's Harry? And that's a question
I
that,
like it.
At this point, we all would like to know definitively.
Yes, I'm sure we would. Well, I just hope he's looking down and not up.
Well, I think he is looking at this year. I know Sammy was very gracious to Harry in the press conference. He said at the beginning of the year he dedicated this year to Harry, and he thinks that he is indeed looking down at all of us, and I'm sure that he's enjoying this year as much as all of us are.
1 ball, no strikes. The pitch. It's strike 1 called. How long did it take you to write the book?
Well, it was written really over the course of a couple of years, and I wrote it with Barry Rosner. And Barry Rosner wrote the book on Ryne Sandberg, who was a great favorite of your grandfather's, as you know, and he's a wonderful writer. And I read a little some to Arnie Harris. He was laughing quite a bit on the plane, so it should be interesting. And it is a humorous book, and it's a book that will allow folks to really get a chance to know some of the inside stories about Harry and our 15 years together, and really just the uniqueness of the man, because he was a very funny man.
Well, I'm looking forward to reading it myself, and you're going to try to have it out by the Cubs convention, right?
Absolutely.
2 balls and a strike. There's a drive hit deep toward left. If it's fair, it's gone.
Foul. Just foul. Wow.
Matt, you might want to try to not throw another one like that.
Boy, Tatis hit that one a mile. And Mike Winters, who had been called on earlier to make a historic call, this time taking the same look. Only this time, as far as the Cubs were concerned, a much better outcome, as he pointed to the stands instead of toward the field. That was a rocket. And there is the man that called number 61, Mike Winters.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Cardinals 3, Cubs 1 in the 7th. Off the end of his bat, foul, stays 2-2.
That was a pretty decent slider, and you'd think that one more forthcoming and you'd get him. Again, Tatis swings at most anything. You don't have to necessarily throw him a strike to get him out. And for Mike Morgan, Tatis was the biggest out, as he induced him to ground back into a double play in what could have been for Mike probably the last hitter for him. Instead, he got through 6 and kept it at 2-1.
Again, the 2-2. Slider takes care of Tatis and the Cardinals, but they had a run on the Delino to shield Tomer leading off this inning. We head to the 8th inning. Sammy Sosa due up second in a 3-1 Cardinal game.
Dawson's Creek is moving to the WB Wednesday. A new season.
I've always believed in you, Dawson.
A new night.
I know that you're with Joey, and I accept it. I just don't respect it.
And new beginnings. Dawson's Creek, followed by a new series. Shannon Doherty, Alyssa Milano, Charmed.
the new WB Wednesday.
Premiering Wednesday, October 7th on WGN.
Both these men have athlete's foot. But only one used Desinex, the soothing cure. Desinex has a dual-action formula that calms the itching and cools the burning. And Desinex is clinically proven to kill the fungus dead, so your feet feel good while they heal. Got athlete's foot? Get dual-action Desinex. Soothes while it cures.
At Uniroyal, in order to make a point about our new nail guard tires, we added a few to our test track. Nail guard tires, designed to seal 90% of tread punctures, instantly and permanently. Only from Uniroyal.
Yo soy José Hernández de los Chicago Cubs. Coge el teléfono ahora y llama y ayudarás a NDA.
Hey, gracias, Jose. I'm Tom Dreesen. A champion is someone who does their best when things are at their worst. In our society, we honor our athletes as champions, but these kids with neuromuscular diseases and these folks are also champions. So do yourself a favor, do them a favor, and call in a pledge. Now, Bart did a cartwheel. I'll show you what we do in Harvey, Illinois. On one leg, all the way around. Watch.
3-1 Cardinals. Sammy Sosa due up second here in the 8th. All the runs in this game have been hit by solo home run. 3 by the Cardinals, 1 by Gary Gaetti today.
And it's appropriate because these are 2 of the most prodigious home run hitting teams in the league. The Atlanta Braves lead, but the Cardinals now nipping at their heels with their 3 home runs today. And the Cubs, a very similar team in that they do most of their scoring via the long ball, and they've got to come back in a critical game for them, as just about everyone is from here on out.
So Grace 0 for 3 on the day. Happy to see a right-hander in there, and he looks at a strike. Marks fly to left twice. He's bounced out to Big Mac once. John Mabry takes over in right field, and he is a Cub torturer. Gotta watch out for that guy. And it's outside, 1-1. Sammy next.
Well, he's seen Big Mac hit 61, and he's 3 back.
Right through there, 1-2.
Bear in mind something. This bullpen has been very generous this year. They've blown a lot of saves.
More than any team in baseball.
And so that gives you hope with 6 outs to go.
1-2. Inside corner fastball freezes Grace, and he's 0 for 4.
I think he has a word for Gary Darling. Not very happy with that call. And you don't see Mark Grace argue very often. We'll watch it again as Grace obviously looking for something away. Got this one. Darling thought it was good enough. And that's a big out for Busby.
For now, Sosa can do nothing but bring the Cubs to within a run. Sammy 0 for 3 today, has struck out twice. Sosa with 58 home runs. What is it, 19 times this year when either Sosa or McGwire have homered? The other one has 2. The pitch right through there, strike 1. Boy, they're keeping the ball away from it.
I think with the last home run in Pittsburgh, it might be 20.
It is 20.
And good news out of New York. Atlanta has scored a run in the top of the 4th as they resume play.
The 0-1 way outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's now 4-2 in the 4th. Braves continue to battle on against the Mets. Need some help from Atlanta today. They helped us yesterday, but the Cubs could not take advantage. 1 ball, 1 strike from Busby. The pitch. Fouled off his body, 1-2.
Well, the Cardinals today, unlike some of the other teams, have not tried to get inside too often on Sammy. They've been content to stay away. They did it in Pittsburgh, and Sammy responded by hitting 2 home runs to right and right center field. They've done it again here today. The only pitch he's seen inside was a beautiful curveball, probably the best Oliver threw all day, and he caught him looking in the 3rd inning. Other than that, they have stayed away and stayed away consistently.
Let's see if they do it again here. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Sammy Sosa in St. Louis. The pitch. Missed with it low, 2-2. Busby ready. The wind, the 2-2. Breaking ball bounced through the hole left side for a Sosa base hit. So Sammy 1 for 4. And we'll keep an eye on him as he heads back to the bag, and a big hug for Mark McGwire.
Well, that's the first time they've been able to talk on the base paths today. And you see the respect that each one of these great sluggers has for one another. Again, we talked about the support system that Maris had with Mantle and Sammy has with Mark McGwire.
So now the tying run is in the batter's box in Glen Allen Hill, and he fouls the ball away 0-1.
I wish you'd gotten a chance to see, and I'm sure you'll see it on highlights on the WGN News. Pieces of the press conference that both of these sluggers held before the game today. It at times resembled a comedy routine. It was almost like Abbott and Costello as Mark McGwire gave Sammy the pitch to lob out of the ballpark.
A rocket into right from Glen Allen Hill. Sosa, big turnaround second. He's chugging toward third. Mabry with a very good arm hits the cutoff man first and third. With only one man out. And you're right, Sammy ought to have a comedy on the WB, man. He was awesome.
Well, the Cubs trying to fight back here in the 8th inning against a very generous bullpen. As Glen Allen Hill takes it through the right side. Sammy scampers to third. And he's running on a very good outfielder with a strong arm. And will isolate on Sammy Sosa as he looks where the ball is and realizing that Mabry, having to go to his left, will have no chance at throwing to third.
Boy, you gotta love the way Sosa has hustled all year long.
And now the game on the bases for the Cubs.
For Gaetti, who has homered today, and he gets hit by the pitch, and the bases will be loaded. Boy, he's been a ball magnet.
And that one hurt. That one really hurt.
It's unbelievable how many times this guy's been hit since putting on a Cub uniform. He's going to stay in the ball game. He doesn't want Busby to know that it hurt him, but it did. It rocked him.
Now we'll see how patient Tony La Russa is going to be with Mike Busby, who's coming unraveled here in the 8th inning. This one sails up and in, catches him just above the elbow. And now we're going to see a pinch runner for Glen Allen Hill, and it's going to be Brant Brown.
So Gaetti with the Cubs now has been hit by his 4th pitch in 18 games.
And apparently that's going to be it for Busby, who will stand to be the loser if the Cubs can take advantage of a golden opportunity here in the 8th.
So Busby hits Gaetti. Hill will be lifted for Brown. Sosa's at third. Bases loaded. One man out in the 8th inning. It's a 3-1 Cardinal game.
Both these men have athlete's foot. But only one used Desinex, the soothing cure. Desinex has a dual-action formula that calms the itching and cools the burning. And Desinex is clinically proven to kill the fungus dead, so your feet feel good while they heal. Got athlete's foot? Get dual-action Desinex. Soothes while it cures.
Nobody does it like you.
A revolving brush or 5 rotating brushes, a manual hand tool or one powered with 2 more brushes. The choice is easy. Steam Vac Ultra.
Does it like you?
At Uniroyal, in order to make a point about our new nail guard tires, we added a few to our test track. Nail guard tires, designed to seal 90% of tread punctures, instantly and permanently. Only from Uniroyal.
Gary Gaetti hit by a pitch, chatting with his former teammate Mark McGwire. The Cardinals, the Cubs have seen Big Mac hit number 61, but now the Cubs trying to hit back here in the 8th inning. They've loaded the bases, one man out, and Brian Eversgerd becomes the 4th pitcher.
Tatis talking it over with Sammy, and Big Mac probably asking Gary Gaetti, boy, did that feel good? You never got hit this much when you were with us. Gary Gaetti wondering if he's wearing a target when he goes up there. And Brian Eversgerd coming in, and that could be good news for the Cubs. A 12.46 ERA, on for the 5th time. 4 1/3 innings, 8 hits. He is less than overpowering, and he inherits the bases loaded. As the Cubs, who trail by 2, will send Mickey Morandini up to try to tie up the ball game.
It's a 3-1 Cardinal game. Mickey has a 1-4-3 game going. He needs 11 hits for 1,000 in his career. A base hit means 1 run for sure, maybe 2, as Brown has great speed, but the Cardinals have good arms in center and in right. The St. Louis team more blown saves than any team in baseball. And the first pitch almost wild, 1-0. What a stop by Marrero.
On a ground ball in the infield, Gary Gaetti, who always goes in hard, is going to have to break up a double play. And this infield has been just awful defensively for the Cardinals.
Already 1 error on the day by the shortstop Polanco. The 1-0. Oh, outside. A walk means a run. 2-0. Three to 1 St. Louis. The pitch is through there for strike 1.
In this situation, more times than not, Mickey has come through and driven home at least a run. Get a very fast man at third in Sammy. Good speed at second in Brown. And Gary Gaetti at first.
The 2-1. Swung on, bouncing ball, could be 2. Out at second, bad throw, throw to first, not in time. Cubs get a run.
Well, we told you about this defense, and they don't do a whole lot to help themselves. That could have possibly been 2, but with the throw by DeShields, pulling Polanco away from the play, there is no way you're going to get Morandini. So Mickey drives home an all-important run, his 48th of the year. For DeShields, you see a good effort by Gaetti. Looked like an NFL lineman trying to leg whip his opponent as he tries to do anything he can to disrupt 2. And they don't complete the double play, but the Cubs sneak within 1.
So they're at first and third for Service, who's 0 for 2 with a sacrifice. Outside, ball 1. Well, how big is that DeShields home run now in the 7th inning? That's the difference in the game. A 3-2 Cardinal affair in the 8th inning. Like to see a couple more hitters reach for the Cubs, for not only will that tie the game, but it would give Sammy another crack in the 9th. 1-0. 2-0.
Manny Alexander in the on-deck circle. Of course, that means very little, depending on who comes out of that bullpen if Eversgerd cannot shut the door here in the 8th.
2 balls, no strikes. Here it is. Swung, and he was right on it, fouled back. Petkazik and Frascatore are warming in the Cardinal bullpen. 3-2, the Cardinals have the lead. Brant Brown, the tying run, just 90 feet away. Here it is. Strike 2.
Petkazik is kind of their right-handed Terry Mulholland. He's done everything for this club. And by the way, Terry said that he could actually go in relief today. He said there's no stiffness at all, and he told Jim Riggleman, if you need me, I know you're short on left-handers, I can go. That is the kind of guy Terry Mulholland is.
I'd love to see us get him signed for next year and beyond. He's a gritty, gritty competitor.
And I've mentioned it many times, he can play for my team anytime.
2-2. That hit it. Service hit by the pitch. Play will be stopped and the bases will be loaded again.
It's been a tough couple of days for Scott Service. And now he's going to come out. Jim Riggleman's going to come out, talk with Gary Darling. think he's asking if he did indeed get hit. And I think right there looks like he had to get hit. It hit off his foot because it redirected. And if you don't think he got hit, look at Scott hobbling around at first base. So for a guy who didn't get hit, you don't send out the trainer to see him.
Well, a leg cramp yesterday, and now a
toe
shot
burger.
to the Tootsie.
Yes. That got him right off the foot, and it loads him up.
And the Blue Angels have buzzed the ballpark. Well, they were supposed to be here about 3:15, 3:30, only 20 minutes late or so, but that was pretty cool. Maybe they'll zoom by again.
Well, Manny Alexander, who's come through with so many big hits, will have an opportunity again as Dave Duncan and Tony La Russa decide, instead of going with Frascatore or Petkazik, they're going to go with Eversgerd, fresh off a hit batsman. So with the Cubs one down, a base hit probably puts the Cubs on top, because you've got good speed in Morandini at second.
And this guy's been the Cubs' hottest pinch hitter, Manny Alexander. Bases loaded, first pitch in the dirt. Marrero, good stop, 1-0.
Manny's been the best pinch hitter in the league this year.
The 1-0. Low, 2-0.
Well, now you know you're going to get a fastball. And you got a pretty good idea it should be hittable. Eversgerd has a less than overpowering fastball.
The 2-0 pitch. Right through there, he took it, 2-1. 42,877 paid attendance. However, when you add up the freebies, 50,530 in the ballpark today.
I don't believe I've ever seen a disparity between paid admissions and comp tickets and press credentials like the ballpark here today. Almost 8,000 of them.
Only when you were pitching, pal. 2 balls and a strike. Swing and a miss. 2-2. They're watching around the world. The Dominican Republic, in Kuwait. They're watching in Orlando, Florida, too. Big Cub fan David Steele.
And in Skokie, the home of Arnie Harris.
2-2. Eversgerd in all kinds of trouble. The stretch. The runners lead from every base, and the pitch. Low, he just missed.
Great break for the Cubs in that now all the runners will be going. A double scores 3. A base hit for sure scores 2. And a huge pitch for Eversgerd.
3 balls, 2 strikes. What a game in St. Louis. Here it is. Swung on, popped up, right side. McGwire near the stands. And it's out of play. That might have been ball 4.
That Manny swung at ball 4. That one was up and out of the zone. But sometimes it's pretty tough to check your swing. And he helped him out there.
Well, we're in a beer and brat kind of town. Let's see if Manny can come through with a big hit, and we can go celebrate with a big German dinner here in St. Louis. Three and 2. That's an inside joke, by the way. I'll tell you about it after the pitch. Here it is. Swing and a miss, struck him out. The Cubs load the bases again and continue to struggle with key situational scoring opportunities. The Cardinals give up a run but lead it 3-2 middle of the 8th inning.
The Army means hard work.
I don't know how real Army guys do it.
The Army Show.
Coming this fall on WGN.
I don't know anyone who's been more misunderstood than Hayden Fox.
I'm not a sissy boy!
just wish people knew the guy I know. Come to think of it, I guess they do know the guy I know.
Weekdays at 2, starting September 21st.
The Michelin X1. Thanks to Michelin technology, it gives you long mileage and better wet braking than any rain tire. And that should make everyone on a wet road happy.
In Murray, Utah, a lot of folks like to work on their cars themselves, and they come to AutoZone because they know they'll find quality parts, low prices, great selection, and helpful people like Rick Perry. Now, Rick's been around cars all his life, so he knows a thing or two about looking up parts and solving problems. And whether it's selling new parts or testing old ones, he's always glad to help. You see, when it comes to getting the right part, the right price, and good advice, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
Shannon Doherty, Holly Marie Combs, Alyssa Milano, Charm.
Premiering Wednesday, October 7th on WGN.
Brad Brown stays in the game to play left field. New pitcher for the Cubs, right-hander Rodney Myers. And as he warms up, Stoney, sometimes it's the little things in baseball that win you or lose you ball games. We'll show you what we mean as we open up today's Ameritech Playbook.
Here's today's Ameritech Playbook, and with a 3-2 count, Manny Alexander swings at a pitch up and out of the strike zone. Would have been ball 4, tied the game. Instead, he had yet another pitch, and he wound up striking out with the bases loaded. And here is the good fastball that ends the inning, and that's your Ameritech Playbook as Rodney Myers comes on to face the bottom part of the order.
It's Polanco, and then a pinch hitter. And a first pitch ground ball off Grace. Myers flips to first. He did his job. How about that play? Any ball hit to the right side, you got to get over, and he did just that.
Early in the game, we saw Oliver not get over. Cost him a base hit. This time, taking nothing for granted, Rodney Myers, on seemingly an easy play to first base, continued to head to first base, and he was right there when Mark Grace booted it. And Rodney picks it up and gets a critical out. Good effort by Rodney Myers. Heads up play. You don't see many 3-1-3.
I was just going to say, we've seen a lot of weird putouts.
It's a good area code, but not necessarily a putout.
I like it for us. It's bad for the Cardinals, though. And Luis Ordaz will come on to pinch hit for Eversgerd.
Ordaz, normally not a man who strikes fear in your heart as he comes to the bat. Hitting just .158 this year. 0 for 1 as a pinch hitter.
A 3-2 Cardinal game, and Myers misses with ball 1. Well, in St. Louis, they've already put out the afternoon extra. 1 for history. It says on the front page of the Sports Extra, with a big shot of Mark McGwire after he hit the baseball. Both hands extended, the crowd ecstatic, as he tied Roger Maris's record with number 61 today in St. Louis.
And they were kind enough to come right in our booth and give us a copy of this historic edition of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. And I know for you, the big thing was you saved 50 cents.
Of course. Now if I could just get somebody to read it to me, I'd be okay. And here is the extra edition as we get it straightened out for you. There it is. 1 for history. And there's the great shot of Mark McGwire. Both hands extended toward the heavens as if he's trying to shake Roger Maris's right hand in congratulations.
And do you think those folks behind him knew it was gone? They were all on their feet.
Awesome. Just an awesome spine-tingling moment. I'll never forget this one today.
And we've got one more of the same tomorrow night on WGN with game time at 7 o'clock. And it'll be Steve Traxel against Kent Merker.
The 2-2 pitch is low. Looking ahead to the 9th. As you see our matchup tomorrow, somebody will have to get aboard for Sammy Sosa to get another swing. The Top of the Cub order is due up in a one-run game, and I'm sure Cardinal fans wouldn't mind it a bit if the Cubs did score. They want to see McGwire have another shot in this afternoon's ball game. Fly to left, easy for Brown. He's got it, 2 away.
And you might remember the last time the Cubs were in town, Sammy came to bat in the 9th inning of a game the Cubs were trailing 5-3 and hit a 2-run homer to send that game into extra innings. Then in extra innings, Sammy came to bat, singled to right field, and at the time it gave the Cubs the lead. That was a game that they were destined to lose, but not without the Sosa heroics.
And now Eli Marrero is the batter. Marrero 1 for 2 with a home run. He's walked and has flied out to center, and he looks at a strike, 0-1. Three to 2, the Cardinals leading in the 8th inning.
Cardinals have kind of a closer of the moment type situation here. It's been Brantley, it's been Cushier, it's been Acevedo, and that's who it's going to be this time.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious to everybody. Brantley's not quite right yet.
Right.
But when he gets his arm strength back, the Cardinals are banking on him being a dominating closer for them.
There is Jeff Brantley, who has been in and out this year by his own admission. One day he's got the good fastball, the next day he doesn't. There's no rhyme nor reason to what he has on a given day, and that's typical of a guy just coming back from arm surgery, which he is.
The 1-2 is low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Let's pause for a quick station identification from St. Louis.
This is America's #1 sports station, WGN, Chicago.
The pitch is high, 3-2. In New York, Mets 4, Atlanta 2. Bottom of the 5th inning at Shea Stadium.
And in Pittsburgh, where we just left, I'm sure that they're ecstatic about the fact that in the bottom of the 9th inning, they're in a rain delay.
3-2. Strike 3 call. Myers works a nice 1-2-3-8. To the 9th we go. The Cubs need 1 to tie. They need somebody to get on to give Sammy Sosa a chance. He's due up 4th after 8.
Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, offering low fares and frequent flights. Southwest Airlines, the official airline of the Chicago Cubs.
Guess what? Susie Fetterman got sick, so I don't have to be the dumb dinosaur. I get to be the peacock.
Great. Peacock.
Want to get away? Southwest has your ticket to freedom with Southwest Airlines fun fares that begin at $39.
You are now free to move about the country.
When it comes to caring, the Chicago Cubs and Cubs Care are #1. Cubs Care is a fund of the McCormick Tribune Foundation and the charitable arm of the Chicago Cubs. Our main goal is improving social and economic conditions in Chicago, touching the lives of so many, including children with special needs, youth sports, and domestic violence shelters. Learn how you can help. Call Cubs Care today at 773-404-CUBS for information and a brochure. When it comes to caring, Cubs Care is in a league of its own.
Rogaine Extra Strength works for 4 out of 5 men.
What do you mean works?
Regrows hair, or at least stops hair loss.
With my luck, I'll be that 5th guy.
Probably not. But here's our guarantee. Give Rogaine Extra Strength an honest chance. You be the judge. It stops hair loss, or regrows hair, more hair, thicker hair, faster, or we give your money back. Guaranteed. Rogaine Extra Strength works for you, or your money back.
I can't lose.
Consumer information catalogs train hard to list free and low-cost federal booklets. To get your free catalog, call toll-free 1-888-8-PUEBLO!
We go to the 9th inning. Cubs have 3 outs with which to get at least 1 run. And Juan Acevedo standing between them.
Acevedo at 8-3, a fine ERA of 2.93, on for the 30th time. He's got just 5 saves. He's a hard-throwing right-hander. He's been used as a starter 9 times this year. Trying to help out that decimated starting rotation. Now he has moved into the bullpen. And he will have to face the top of the order with Lance Johnson leading it off. And if the Cubs can get 1 base runner, Sammy Sosa will have an opportunity.
But the Cubs have been their own worst enemies in today's ball game. Already 10 men left on base, 7 of them left in scoring position today. Yesterday, the Cubs left 10 men on, 6 in scoring position against the Pittsburgh Pirates before losing in 10 innings, 4-3.
If the Cubs do tie it up or go ahead, that will open the door for Mark McGwire to hit in the 9th inning for the Cardinals. And not many fans have left this ballpark.
I don't think anybody's going to leave before this thing is officially in the books, so to speak. Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa continue their duel today. The Cubs need a victory here, for the Mets are winning. Ordaz stays in the game for the Cardinals. He's going to play shortstop. He replaces Placido Polanco, but would make bigger news if he replaced Placido Domingo, whatever, yes. Whatever it is. I'm not an opera fan, you know that. 61-58 is your home run tally, but Sammy might have a crack here in the 9th. It's Placido Domingo, right?
And that's who it is. He's the second of the tenors.
You'd think they'd have 10 of them. 1 ball, no strikes. A leadoff walk would be nice for Lance, and for the Cubs as well. One ball, 1 strike. The pitch. Swung, lined over short toward the gap, left center field. It's a leadoff 9th inning single. Now, how do you play it now?
We'll watch it again as Lance Johnson leads it off with a base hit. And again, this Cardinal team has blown more saves than any team in the National League. So the tying run aboard. Conventional wisdom says you play for the tie at home and the win on the road. But conventional wisdom wasn't designed for a team that's in the wild card race. So let's see what Jim Riggleman has in mind, because he's paid to make very difficult decisions. And Tatis, for one, thinks that Jose's going to be bunting.
Well, Jose's hit the ball hard 3 times today, has 1 single to show for it. Johnson measures the lead. Jose shows bunt, takes strike 1. Would you bunt here? Were you the manager? You want to stay out of the double play. Then you've got Grace, then you got Sosa.
I would not bunt here. But if it works, that'll be just fine.
No balls and a strike. He does bunt. Acevedo has 1 play. It's a flip to first, the sacrifice in order. The Cubs surrender the out for 90 feet on the base paths. Now you've got the left-hander Mark Grace against Acevedo with a base hit, meaning a potential tying run. But again, great arms in center and in right.
Good effort by Jose Hernandez, who's done just about everything right this year. He makes a fine bunt. And now you move a very fast man into scoring position for Mark Grace, who's been held down so far, looking for RBI number 75.
He's 0 for 4 on the day and did not like the strikeout call that was rung up against him in the 8th, so maybe he'll get a break here in the 9th.
There would be no bigger run batted in than this one.
3-2 Cardinal game. Off speed, missed, ball 1. Sammy wants 1 more crack. Barring a disaster here, he'll get that shot.
Well, Lance has to make sure he makes the line drive go through.
He was already picked off earlier in the game. The 1-0 off speed roller pulled foul. He thought about jumping all over that ball and hitting it into the Cardinal bullpen.
Mark Grace has faced Acevedo 4 times. He's 1 for 4, but 1 for 2 this year.
This has been just a spectacular ball game, and what a way to open this brief 2-game series. Cubs would like it even better if they could tie it or win it here today. The 1-1 swung on, back to the mound, off Acevedo. Johnson's going to reach 3rd, but Grace is out number 2. Now what do the Cardinals do here?
They pitch to Sammy Sosa. Absolutely. Sammy Sosa 1 for 5 against Acevedo. We'll watch Mark Grace. He hits it right back up the middle. Acevedo able to knock it down. He's able to make the play, and now Dave Duncan comes to the mound as Lance Johnson moves 90 feet away from the tying run. Another thing to bear in mind, Acevedo has 3 wild pitches this year. Marrero's done a fine job behind the plate. He's blocked a couple of them down, but Acevedo throws so hard that it becomes a more difficult task with him on the mound. You got Brant Brown in the on-deck circle. He came on to pinch run for Glenn Allen Hill, took his spot in left field, and took his spot in the batting order. And he waits patiently for the resolution of the Sosa at-bat.
Everybody wants to see Sammy hit one more time. Runner at third, 2 outs in the 9th. Sosa would love to be the hero, as he's been so many times. The first pitch in the dirt, nearly threw it right through the Marrero wickets.
We told you that there are 3 wild pitches already on the scorecard for Acevedo. That was almost the 4th.
A leadoff single by Johnson, a sacrifice by Hernandez. Mark Grace hit a rocket back to the mound that Acevedo knocked down, picked up, and threw to first in time. Now Lance at third. 2 outs in a 1-run Cardinal game. 1-0 to Sammy. Here it is. Foul back, good cut.
I don't know what it's been about this Chicago Cub team, but seemingly every game has come down to the last at bat and the last hitter. And that makes for exciting baseball.
1 ball, 1 strike. Acevedo ready to go. Here comes the 1-1. Oh, what a cut. He swung through it. 1-2.
I would think with Acevedo, he's going to just go fastball inside as hard as he can throw it and try to throw it by Sosa. Now Marrero wants it outside. Acevedo gets it inside. And Sammy had a pitch to hit. Marrero didn't want it there. I don't think La Russa or Duncan wanted it there, but that's where it wound up.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Here it comes. Foul back. Oh, another good cut. And Sammy got a piece. Mark McGwire, number 61 today. He'll try to break it perhaps tomorrow. He could get another crack at it today if Sammy could single or do something else here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cardinals 3, Cubs 2. Breaking ball coming perhaps. Fastball, nope, got him, inning over and the ball game over. Mark McGwire ties Roger Maris with number 61. And the Cardinals beat the Cubs for the 4th consecutive time at Busch Stadium. Final score 3-2 St. Louis on a gorgeous Labor Day afternoon for baseball in St. Louis. Game 1 goes to St. Louis. Another frustrating game for the Cubs, who strand 11 men, 8 in scoring position today. And the Cardinals go on to win it 3-2. But the big story is Big Mac. He'll go for number 62 tomorrow night here in St. Louis.
It's an all-new WB Monday night, starting with the season premiere of Seventh Heaven. Then, Dennis Sweeney grew up in his brother's shadow. Now he's coming home.
I'm trying to help. Don't try so hard.
The past and future are about to collide.
Stop it! Your brother!
Mark Paul Gosselaar and Dylan Neal, the world premiere of Hyperion Bay after the season premiere of Seventh Heaven.
Premiering Monday, September 21st on WGN.
Why does Tums control acid faster than Pepsid AC? because they work on your stomach acid in totally different ways. Tums Calcium naturally, rapidly neutralizes acid so it works fast. Pepsid AC's famotidine has to travel through your bloodstream, so it takes at least 40 minutes to block natural acid production. So why does Tums work on acid faster and cost less, and Pepsid AC works slower and costs more?
Good question.
John Lithgow performs the Discover Card Dial-Along song.
An extemporaneous piece.
Provided for your dialing pleasure while you call 1-800-IT-PAYS-2 and apply for your Discover Card, the card with the cashback bonus award that always pays you back.
That was a nice surprise.
And that's music to everyone's ears. It pays to Discover. To apply, call 1-800-IT-PAYS-2. Accepted where you see the Novus sign.
Here's a look at our Budweiser play of the game. No doubt about it. A first inning changeup to Big Mac. He hit it. He knew it. He's tied Roger Maris in the Major League record book off the facade of the Stadium Club in left field. His 61st homer of the season. That put the Cardinals in front 1-0, and every fan everywhere celebrates a tie and baseball history in St. Louis today as the Cardinals really hurt the Cubs. 3-2 the final score. For the Cardinals, 3 runs, only 5 hits, 1 error. They hit 3 solo home runs today. The Cubs 2-9-0. Cubs left 11 men on base today, 8 of them in scoring position, and for the second straight afternoon suffer a very frustrating 1-run defeat. The Mets playing the Braves and are winning. The wild card lead could be gone by the afternoon's conclusion. 4-2 the Mets lead the Braves at Shea Stadium in New York. Oliver the winner, Morgan the loser, and Acevedo picks up the save. Big Mac goes yard for the 61st time on the campaign. Sammy Sosa today went 1 for 5 with a single, scored one of the 2 Cub runs, and struck out 3 times. And what a ball game it was in St. Louis, and we look forward to having more of it tomorrow. 3-2 your final score for Steve Stone, Arnie Harris, and our entire crew. This is Chip Carey. Thanks for joining us. Happy Labor Day, and stay tuned. The 10th Inning Show is coming up next.
Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN. Brought to you by Budweiser, who salutes America's responsible drinkers. The new Dodge. From cars to minivans to trucks, it's about change. The new Dodge. Ameritech. In a world of technology, people make the difference. Pepsi. Generation Next. ComEd, the official electric company of the Chicago Cubs. ComEd, what do you do with your power? And by Southwest Airlines, offering low fares and frequent flights. Southwest Airlines, the official airline of the Chicago Cubs.
Dawson's Creek is moving to the WB Wednesday.
Memorial Stadium in St. Louis, Cardinals 3, Cubs 2. Hi again, everybody. Chip Carey. And despite the Cubs' loss today, you have to feel very, very grateful to be a part of history today in St. Louis as Mark McGwire hit home run number 61 on the year. He's still down on the field meeting with the members of the local St. Louis media as he ties former Cardinal Roger Maris's all-time home run record in a single season with his 61st blast here on Labor Day Monday in St. Louis. And, of course, tomorrow a chance for him to set the record all by himself, as Steve Traxel will be his opponent tomorrow for the Cubs. The Cubs, however, have to look past the history-making blow of Mark McGwire today and be a little frustrated. For the second straight day, the Cubs strand an awful lot of base runners in a most important of ball games. Not too many games remaining in the 1998 championship season, and if the Mets continue their lead against Atlanta, the Cubs and Mets will find themselves once again in a tie atop the National League wild card race. But today, certainly not a day to talk about races other than the home run race. Mark McGwire hit one, Sammy did not. And when we come back, we'll show you the highlights from a most exciting day of baseball at Busch Memorial Stadium in St. Louis as the 10th Inning Show continues after this.
Only on the WB. 17 magazines, the faces for fall. Drew Barrymore, fascinating.
I'm an equalist because I love men so much.
Oscar De La Hoya, inspiring.
Boxing has made me the person I am today.
Jewel, enchanting.
I just like it when it's raw.
Matt Damon, intriguing.
If you really believe in something, you should take a shot at it.
Shannon Doherty and Josh Jackson host 17, the faces for fall.
Tuesday at midnight on WGN.
Hi, I'm Linda Carter,
And I'm here to tell you why ordering your contact lenses direct from Lens Express is
such a great idea.
We're America's largest contact lens replacement service. Call now for a free catalog and save up to 50% by ordering direct from Lens Express.
And I get the exact lenses my doctor prescribed or my money back. Now that's
what I call service. I couldn't do without
Lens Express.
Call this number now for a free Lens Express catalog.
Presenting the vacuum cleaner you won't believe.
I couldn't believe how much hair was picked up.
It picks up everything. It's amazing. And you don't have to have bags.
The incredible Phantom Fury vacuum. You won't believe the power. It devours dirt.
I was absolutely amazed at the power that it had.
The secret is patented dual cyclonic action driven by a 12-amp motor and no bags. Instead, an easy-to-empty bin. You won't believe the versatility. And watch this. In a snap, the handle converts to a cleaning wand.
You see a cobweb? Zap, right now.
3 onboard attachments reach everywhere dirt is lurking. And for cleaner air, a certified HEPA filter.
I have a new toy. I love it.
The Phantom Fury.
It's incredible. That's all I can tell you. It's really incredible.
Call for a free video of the Phantom Fury in action. You have to see it to believe it. There's no obligation. Call now.
Well, it's great to see Paul Bunyan in baseball, Spikes, enjoy a moment with his family. His dad, John McGwire, celebrating his 61st birthday today. We believe on hand to see his son, Mark McGwire, tie Roger Maris by hitting his 61st home run on Labor Day in St. Louis, and his young son, Matthew, with a high five for Papa. And a high five well-deserved and probably awarded by baseball fans everywhere. You have to admit, even for the Cubs, who saw a spine-tingling moment today in St. Louis. As we roll the highlights, in the first inning, Mark McGwire didn't take long. He got a 1-1 changeup from Mike Morgan, and he crushed it down the left field line off the facade of the Stadium Club for his 61st homer of the year. That gave the Cardinals a 1-0 lead. And yes, indeed, even Mark Graves had to high-five McGwire as a very special moment took place here in St. Louis. Second inning, Eli Marrero took Big Mo, Mike Morgan, out of the ballpark. That made the game 2-0 in favor of St. Louis. Gary Gaetti, the former Cardinal, got a very warm response from his former fans here in St. Louis. He hit a 7th inning towering home run into straightaway center field. His 4th of the year since joining the Cubs. That cut the lead to 2-1. Matt Karchner came on, though, for the Cubs. Gave up a Delino DeShields solo home run. And that made the score 3-1 in favor of St. Louis. The Cubs scored a run late, had a chance to tie the game in the bottom half, or in the top half, I should say, of the 9th inning. Couldn't get the job done. The Cubs left 8 men on base in scoring position today. And for the second straight afternoon, fall by 1 run. Last night it was 4-3 in Pittsburgh. Today, 3-2 at the hands of Big Mac and the Cardinals. But still a very special day, and hopefully you thought it special as well. I'll never forget where I was on Labor Day in 1998 as Big Mac hit number 61 and goes for the record all by himself tomorrow. A final word on the 10th inning show comes your way as that sign says it all here in St. Louis.
My name is Marjorie. I'm 65 and on Medicare. I use insulin to control my diabetes, and I'm low on my diabetic testing supplies. I should be driving to the drugstore now, but I'm not. Medicare covers my supplies, and I could be filling out these forms now, but I'm not. I could be paying out of pocket for all my daily testing supplies, but I'm not. Thanks again. Liberty Medical does it all for me.
Great news. Now Medicare covers diabetic testing supplies for everyone who tests their blood sugar. Get free home delivery with the cost billed directly to Medicare. You'll have no upfront out-of-pocket expense, no trips to the drugstore, no forms to file.
I could be just a little pressed for time and cash, but I'm not.
For more information on home delivery, call Liberty Medical at 1-800-811-9559. That's 1-800-811-9559. You'll save money and time.
Only you
can prevent forest fire. And it's true. We know we can count on you to do what Smoky says.
drown your campfires with water. Make sure it's totally wet. Then stir and drown again.
We know we can count on you to do what Smoky says.
Only you can prevent forest fires.
Well, we hope our good friend Jerry Lewis will allow us the interruption today from the Labor Day Muscular Dystrophy Telethon. We are going to return you to that programming once we leave air here with the 10th inning show, but certainly we hope the interruption was worth it as Mark McGwire hit his 61st home run today in St. Louis. And tomorrow he goes for the record by himself as the Cubs and Cardinals wrap up their season series. Steve Traxel against Kent Merker. Join us at 7 o'clock for the ball game as the Cubs try to win for the first time on the year here in St. Louis. Great game today, a memorable day. Roger Maris, move over. Big Mac shares the record with you, and he'll try to get it all by himself tomorrow. For Steve Stone, Arnie Harrison, our entire crew, a very happy Labor Day to you, everybody. I'm Chip Carey. We'll see you tomorrow.
She will follow her heart to wherever it leads. Felicity.
Coming this fall on WGN.
The Jerry Lewis MDA Telethon continues from the Grand Ballroom of the Hyatt Regency Hotel in downtown Chicago. Your hosts are Bart Connor and Nadia Comaneci, with special guest Tom Dreesen and the WGN-TV 9 o'clock news team, Steve Sanders and Allison Payne. Now, here's your host, Allison Payne.
Oh, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Chicago, the city that is second to none. And a happy Labor Day to you. I know that most of you had the day off, so you didn't have to work, but you do have one job to do today, and that is make your pledge for MDA. Call the number on your screen. It's 312-616-3632. Steve Sanders.
All right, thank you very much, Allison. You know, I think we saw a little bit of history made during that Cub game. A few million people watching Big Mac hit that home run. Hopefully, we can make a little history here today by raising a record amount of money for folks with neuromuscular diseases. Right now, I'd like to introduce a perfect 10. Nadia.
Just pick up the phone and call us. I would like to answer to the phone. If you will call me, just buy a star or just make a pledge. The number is on the screen. Don't wait until the last moment, okay? Let's go to Tom.
Yes, thank you very much, gang. I'm standing here with Mary Livingstone and Noreen McCarthy from Marquette National Bank, and they raised a lot of money with the Bowl-a-thon, and you've done this before, I know.
Yeah, we've participated, but this is our first time in the bank ball. So for the kids to go to camp, we raised $7,000.
$7,000. What do you think, gang? $7,000. We thank you. And I know you've been working with the Telethon since you were a little girl, and Mary, and we really appreciate that. And Noreen, are you going to be back next year?
Definitely. We had a great time this year. We're coming back next year.
And you're going to do more?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mary Livingstone and Noreen McCarthy, Marquette National Bank, we thank you so much. And let's see what Bart has to say now.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. You see behind us, we have raised a little over $600,000. Well, part of the reason we have been successful is because of the firefighters all over America. I'd like to introduce some folks here from the Lake Station Fire Department. This is Darlene Fuller, Lori Ferguson, and Mike Ferguson. We're glad to have you here, and I understand this is now your 22nd year of involvement with MDA. Tell us a little bit about this year's fundraising event. It was a boot drive, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. We did a boot drive, plus we did a bike-a-thon, and then we collected in the canisters.
And how much money was raised in total?
We did $7,500 this year.
$7,500. Mike, thank you very much. Lori, a pleasure having you here. Thank you, Darlene. How about that, everybody? $7,500. We appreciate your support of MDA. All right, Steve, you're on.
All right, thank you very much, Bart Connor. You know, there's no sweeter sound than the sound of all those telephones ringing at once. There have been a few times this afternoon and overnight where we had every single one of those phones ringing. Good folks like you out there on this Labor Day weekend, picking up the phone, calling in pledges. Let's make it happen. Let's get them all ringing. You know the number. It's there on your screen, 312-616-3632. A lot of folks are depending on you. Right now, let's go to Nadia Comaneci.
All right, now let's roll this thought board.
Come on, Chicagoland. She'll talk to you on the phone, give you an autograph, but you got to call in and make that generous pledge. Let's go back out now to Jerry Lewis in Los Angeles. Pick up the phone.
This hour of the Jerry Lewis MDA Telethon came to you from the Grand Ballroom of the Chicago Hyatt Regency Hotel.
See, I was going to do Climb Every Mountain. And we didn't want it on twice, you know what I mean? Ed McMahon.
Jerry, firefighters all across the United States and Canada are helping your kids. Representing the International Association of Firefighters are from Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada, Bob Kobolansky. Harvey, Montana, Michael Anderson. Portland, Oregon, Todd Schweitz. Waco, Texas, Joanne Bean. From Dover Air Force Base, Delaware, Kim Moore. Now leading this delegation from that group is the General President, Al Whitehead.
The president of my heroes is here. Welcome back, Al.
Thank you, Jerry. Well, you've heard where all these people are from, and I've told you earlier with some of the things they were doing. They're out still right now trying to get people to fill the boot. A lot of people are already home, and I would say to those people who are already home, if you've been watching this show and you said something a moment ago that really hit me, we had the Young Musicians Foundation, and they were playing. And if you think about it, and then you think about Joshua, Jacob, Christopher, is there any other reason why you wouldn't get on the phone and make a pledge so you could take care of Jerry's kids? I'll tell you what, I'm asking the public now. We do our thing out on the streets, but if you're already home, pick up that phone so that maybe those kids that I just talked about could play in that kind of a group. And so to that end, I want to give you a check for our efforts, but I don't want this to diminish what somebody else might do by calling in. Here's another $1 million, Jerry.
It won't diminish anything. Thank you, Al.
Thank you.
I'll see you again, you know that.
Sure will.
Okay. He will be back. Al Whitehead will be back for my heroes. Okay, there's a lot of ways to introduce this next performer. But it's best to say that she is a versatile lady. She performs certainly every time we want her to. And she has been a tremendous force in theatrical history ever since she came to this country in 1899. She's my sweetheart and I adore her. Please welcome Charo, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, ¿cómo está? Dame un beso. How are you?
Benny, I'm
I got good news for you. Come here, come here.
You must be busting out with it. What is it?
I am going to Burley the school to practice better pronunciation because everybody say that I talk like the Chihuahua in television. You know, yo quiero Gucci, Gucci. And I am going to tell you that many years ago, I brought you the lambada for the first time.
That's correct.
And then 2 years ago,
And I got
brought
rid of
you
it
the
like
Macarena.
a month later. It was so annoying. You couldn't sit in the car with it. Did you ever have the lambada? It's like chafing.
You did it very good. You were dancing very good with me.
Sedero vioviada cotoras.
Es un placer de estar contigo.
Dotere pekere mianyenen.
By the way, we got now the Latino, we got the internet. www.
What about the Jews? What about the Jews?
I'm telling you what to do for go to the internet worldwide. Latinos y españoles, www.mdausa.order. Hey, hey.
Yahoo!
¡Viva la revolución!
Sere megere dodora.
Come here. I brought you Macarena, and now I'm
I
gonna
never
bring you.
worked with a twin before.
We're gonna do salsa. You gonna do salsa with me?
No.
Oh yeah, you're gonna like it.
No,
I'm gonna get you. You're gonna like it! Ladies and gentlemen,
It's a wonderful way to go, I'll tell you that.
Sosa! Hey! Si tú quieres ser feliz, si te quieres divertir, ven conmigo, vamos a bailar este ritmo sensual. Hey! Shake it to the left, or you wanna get some, shake it to the right, shake it to the front. Shake it to the left, or you wanna get some, shake it to the left, shake it to the front. Ay, sí, ya, vamos out. ¡Arriba la salsa! ¡Woo! ¡Tara, tara! ¡Ale! Paso adelante, paso atrás, nunca dejes de bailar.
Don't you dare go away. Jerry's coming back with a tribute to his pal Frank Sinatra, the winner of VH1's Backyard Barbecue, and Vicky Carr. Miss any of it, and you'll be sorry.
The Jerry Lewis MDA Telethon continues from the Grand Ballroom of the Hyatt Regency Hotel in downtown Chicago. Your hosts are Bart Connor and Nadia Comaneci, with special guest Tom Dreesen, and the WGN 9 o'clock news team, Steve Sanders and Allison Payne. This hour is sponsored by AFFI. Now, here's your host, Allison Payne.
Hey, Chicagoland, welcome back. Guess what? I've got a big surprise for you. A special guest, one of my best friends in broadcasting, Mike North from the Score Radio is here this hour.
It's great to be here, Allison. I'll tell you, I was watching you guys last night, this morning. I felt guilty. I said I better get down there and help out.
That's right, help raise some money.
You even changed clothes.
What about those score heads? Get them going.
Get the score heads going. You see the number on the screen. Light it up like Christmas trees, like I always say on the score. Call us up right now.
All right, Mike, let's check the tote, shall we? Give us a drum roll.
Check it up.
Let's see, Chicagoland. What are you doing?
Let it up.
Oh!
Oh! tell you what, we're rolling now.
Holy cow!
Hey, let me hear ya. Unbelievable. We're rolling.
Hey, if you're a fan of Mike Norris, you better call in. If you're not a fan,
call in anyway.
Hey guys, you know, we have 100 people here who are giving of their time this Labor Day weekend. It's a tradition. It's Labor Day, it's Jerry Lewis, it's MDA, and it's all these wonderful volunteers donating their time. So please, there's only about 2.5 hours left in the telethon, so do not wait to the last minute. Call these people. There are 100 phones, and we want to see all of them ringing. The number is on your screen.
we got some folks whose phones are not ringing.
Yeah, let's get them going now. I'm telling you, don't make me come out there. Don't make me come out there. Light them up. That's what we got to do. We got to keep things going.
Mr. Chicago is
Yes.
here. If you want to talk to Mike North and make your pledge, call in now.
We got a lot of firefighters here. We got people from all over town doing some stuff like this.
Where are you from, sir?
Hanover Park.
Ah, and your phone's
There it
ringing.
is. Both of them at the same time. It's the Rossberg boys getting it together from Hanover Park. So we're feeling good. See that? All we got to do is look at them.
Where's Jiggs today?
Dan Jiggets had to take off today. You know what I mean? He just said, you know what? I'll tell him I give him. He's going to send some of his booty, some of his money.
You better call in a pledge.
That's exactly right.
Steve Sanders, what do you have for us?
I'll tell you what I got. You know, I love it when those firefighters come in here because you can hear them, boom, 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 applauding. It's unbelievable. Listen, I want to put some names to go with those checks that are coming in. A lot of you folks out in Superstation land are calling in WGN. Frank Palazzolo in Tempe, Arizona, $50. Dee Benoon of Chicago, $50. Mark Denson, $50. Martha Hetler of Countryside, Illinois, $25. And Juanita Ortiz of Chicago, $50. You can join these folks to help out a great cause, to help fight neuromuscular diseases. Again, the number 312-616-3632. Time's running out, folks. This is your chance to do a great thing for a lot of people who need your help. Back to you, Allison.
All right, Mike and I are here with some of the firefighters. You know, firefighters work very hard for muscular dystrophy. In fact, they're working right now. Here's the guy we want to talk to. His name is Joe Alexander. Get a shot of Joe. Joe's on the phone.
Hello, Joe. This is Joe right here.
Joe, no, right here. Oh, Joe, what's the pledge you got there?
$15.
And how much money did you guys raise this year? Can you take a break and just tell us that?
Sure, $9,600.
$9,600. Yeah. Jack it up.
I also want to tell you guys that Joe won the Golden Boot Trophy. That's a traveling trophy given to the best Fill the Boot department next year. I want you guys at the score to do that, Mike.
And for people that don't realize what that is, I mean, they go to different stores and businesses around their area, and people donate. They throw the money right in the boot. And I didn't know you get that much money in a boot, but I guess you can.
Yes, you can.
I'm gonna buy a big boot.
Steve Sanders, what kind of boot do you have for us?
Well, let me tell you, I'm going to boot you guys right out of here because I'm supposed to be talking to the guys with the Bloomingdale Fire Department, and they are right in front of you. Is that right? You guys with Bloomingdale?
Yes, sir.
Hold the phones, everybody. I understand you folks have a big check for us. Is that right?
Yes, we do.
All right, just put that person on hold.
Can you hold on 1 second?
You guys have been real busy.
Thanks very much.
Tell me your name again.
Chris Wilson.
Chris Wilson, and it's Bloomingdale Fire Department. What size check do you have there?
We have a check for $9,359.
$9,359. What do you think? Congratulations. You guys have done a heck of a job. All right. Back to you, Allison.
All right, we're back, and guess what? We got Jay Rosberg and Nick Rosberg, and you guys are from the Hanover Park Fire Department, and you had the Fill the Boot program. How much did you guys raise?
$8,500.
Whoa!
$8,500. Oh, get me running. Oh, my God. I'm going to take this, and we'll deposit it. And it's a fireman's boot, right? A regular fireman's boot?
Fireman's boot.
A fireman's boot. And you go to all the businesses and stuff like that?
Oh, we were out at the street corners in the middle of traffic collecting on a very warm day.
All right, so let's give them a hand one more time. There they are, Hanover Park Fire. Stand up. Come on up. Get up. Come on, Jay. There you go.
These are your firefighters.
There they are. Look at that hand. Take a picture.
Work hard for you. There they are. These guys work hard for you every year for MDA. Thanks, guys. We appreciate it. Tom.
Yeah, thank you, Allison and Mike. Mike, I'm glad you're here. Mike North, did you know that you can be a star of this telethon? That's right. You can have your name shown on a gold or silver star right here on this broadcast. All you have to do is phone in your pledge of $400 or more, and we'll put your name on a gold star within the next hour or so. We'll show your star, and we'll read your name and pledge on the air. Okay, let's see what Nadia has to say.
You're right, Tom, and you know, we sign all the stars, so you can call us and buy the stars, the silver or the gold, and we stay all night and we sign it for you. Just call us. Let's go and thank some of the people that already bought their stars. Darlene M. Koblik, Brian Gatza, AIM Business Printers, BT Office Supply, Ameritech, John W. McHugh, Joe Tortorello, and Kathy Bosson. Thank you very much, and let's go now to Bart.
Thank you, my lovely wife, Nadia Comaneci. You know, when we talk about MDA's fight against neuromuscular diseases, we're talking about an all-out war on 40 different disorders. That's right, 40. Now, 9 muscular dystrophies, 5 motor neuron diseases, including ALS or Lou Gehrig's disease, and 26 other conditions that attack and destroy muscle and nerve. 40 enemies make for a tough fight. But with your help, MDA is making great progress. Through medical care, we're helping people live longer and more independently than before. Now, through worldwide research, we're getting closer to finding cures and treatments. And with your continued support, we can wipe out these 40 diseases. We need your help so very much. Please call the number on your screen and pledge as much as you can afford. Please call one of those numbers right now, 312-616-3632.
And you know, we're listening to what you're saying about research, Bart. $37 for 1 minute of MDA research. That's really a lot of money, but there's a way we can get it. This guy knows how to tap into some fun.
All the people that just watched the Cub game, I mean, for Sammy Sosa home run, if you want 2 home runs, everybody just pledge a couple dollars, $10, $20, $30, get in. All the guys are going to watch Monday Night Football tonight, all the scoreheads. Some of that money you use in pools, take a little bit of a hunk of it and pledge it to MDA. I think that's the best way to do it because, you know, $37 per minute, that's not a lot of money. You know what I mean? A lot of effort's got to be put into this.
Now, you talk about all the people who are volunteering their time. We're going to highlight some other people later on in this segment, but right now let's go to Steve. He has something special for us.
All right, thank you very much. We're joined now by some guys with the Elmhurst Fire Department. You guys have been real busy. In fact, they're so busy out there on the phone, the money's still coming in. Let me get you to put the phone down for a second and talk to me about this big check you got, okay? Can you hold on? What's your name?
Eric Hedman.
Eric Hedman. And you guys have a pretty good check here, don't you?
Yes, we do.
All right, tell me about it.
This is our 2nd year of doing it.
$10,
okay? Community was very...
Let me get you guys to stand up if I can do that, okay? This is this is a big deal. All right, Eric, how much?
This was our 2nd year doing it. Our community was very generous, and we collected $9,268.
All right, $9,268 from the Elmhurst Fire Department. Take a bow, my friend. Thank you very much. All right, and back to you, Bart Connor.
All right, thanks a lot, Steve. That's great. And once again, we thank the firefighters so much for your support of the Muscular Dystrophy Association. Now, while the baseball game was going on a short while ago, a representative from United Airlines right locally here in the Chicago area named Eileen Younglove made a presentation with Jerry Lewis on the national telethon, and we didn't want to miss you, you to miss that, so we'd like to roll that tape for you now.
Here is United Airlines Manager of Contributions, Eileen Younglove.
Hi, Eileen.
Hi, Jerry.
How are you?
I'm great.
We seem to be meeting like this more and more often. Do you notice?
I know, but maybe we shouldn't do that anymore.
No, we should. We should. In honor of Bob Sampson, and I always think of Bob Sampson whenever you are on deck, and I can never say enough about him and the love that he had for us and us for him and for what he represents with United Airlines.
Well, thank you, Jerry. He's an inspiration to us, and I know he's watching.
Class act.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, we're getting closer to that cure with the gene therapy trials. Besides our ongoing support, in United we care employee volunteers who are answering pledge phones as we speak, our customers this year donate more than 2 million miles for your kids to participate in the gene therapy trials. With me today are some very special United people making miracles happen for MDA. Gary Herta from Chicago.
Gary, hi.
Carol Hansen.
Hi, Carol.
And Dale Whitaker, both from Denver.
Hi, Dale.
And our flight attendant ambassadors who always assist with your audience.
Hi, gang. Welcome.
Hey. Jerry, on behalf of the entire United Airlines family and Bob Sampson, our special inspiration, here's the check for $450,000. And I hope all our Mileage Plus members will call 1-800-325-0041 and donate at least 10,000 miles to MDA to help send your kids to gene therapy trials.
Thank you, Eileen. Thank you all very much. Thank all of you great people from United. I have to tell you something.
Thank you, Jerry, and welcome back, everybody. Steve Sanders here at the Hyatt Regency. You know, I know a lot of you people are probably thinking, you know, I'd like to give a pledge, but the amount of money I could afford wouldn't be very much and wouldn't make a difference. Let me tell you, $20 can make a big difference in the life of someone with neuromuscular disease. $20 will pay for a flu shot, and let me tell you, the flu can be devastating to someone who has any one of these 40 diseases that make up MDA. All you have to do, pick up the phone, call the number there on your screen, 312-616-3632. A lot of folks are depending on you. And right now to my good friend, Mike North.
Thanks a lot, Steve. And I'll tell you what, I got a couple good friends of mine. In fact, one of them I played softball with over the last 20 years. First of all, Chief Rosenquist from the Chicago Fire Department, and my buddy Danny Fabrizio, the president of Local Number 2, the Chicago Firefighters Union. And you guys, I guess, had another Fill the Booth thing. This seems to be the most popular thing among the firefighters. How much did you guys raise, Danny?
Right now, Mike, we raised $67,000, and hopefully with our canisters, we can come up with another 12.
$67,000. And Chief, how long did you guys spend on this?
3 hours on a Friday afternoon 2 weeks ago, and the firefighters from the Chicago Fire Department are very proud to do this.
3 hours on a Friday afternoon, that's what they raised. I'll tell you what, that's unbelievable. Hey, Steve, back to you.
We are joined now by Mike Tiny. I just saw a number here that astonished me, and I'll tell you why in just a minute. This is Mike Tiny of the Associated Firefighters of Illinois, who have a Fill the Boot.
Right.
How does that work?
What firefighters do and paramedics, they go out on certain street corners in their town and ask the people to put money in a boot. After a while, the boot gets kind of heavy, though.
You people must be really putting the squeeze on them, and I'll tell you why I was caught a little off guard there. How much did you raise?
$334,100.
$334,000. That's amazing. You guys should be congratulated.
Thank you.
Mike Tani of the Associated Firefighters of Illinois, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
A lot of people appreciate it. Now back to Bart Conner.
Okay, Steve, isn't that amazing? I mean, so much money is raised by the Associated Firefighters around the country, particularly here in Illinois. All of these nice people have contributed. Can you imagine standing out there on the street corner with a boot and asking people to put $1 in it, or $5, or 50 cents, or $20? Well, that adds up to an enormous amount of money, and we can't thank the Associated Firefighters of Illinois enough. Thank you so much for your continued support. Okay, now we better go to a tote board. Nadia, Allison?
Drum roll. Hold your breath. Come on, Chicago. Do it. Do it. Oh! Now we're talking. Now we're in our territory. Right?
All right. Keep calling us. We'll be here waiting for your call. Now let's go to Los Angeles and Jerry.
This segment of the MDA Telethon came to you from the Chicago Hyatt Regency Hotel and was sponsored by AFFI.
Coming this fall.
Sweetie, you smell something funny?
Check your feet. When you're in love, life's a permanent honeymoon.
Until the City League playoffs are over, you stay out of the strike zone.
And together,
Hey, now.
you can get through anything.
Wait till Mel finds out all those meals I cooked were takeout.
Well, almost anything.
It's when they find out what they thought was PMS is your real personality.
For your love.
Coming this fall on WGN.
It's an all-new WB Monday night, starting with the season premiere of Seventh Heaven. Then, Dennis Sweeney grew up in his brother's shadow. Now he's coming home.
I'm trying to help.
Don't try so hard. The past and future are about to collide.
Stop it! Your brother!
Mark Paul Gosselaar and Dylan Neal, the world premiere of Hyperion Bay after the season premiere of Seventh Heaven.
Premiering Monday, September 21st on WGN.
Welcome back to Hollywood, California, where we are live with the Jerry Lewis MDA Telethon. Here to bring you the best in music and more is the national chairman of the Muscular Dystrophy Association, my pal, Jerry Lewis.
My very own stage director, Debbie Williams, who is the strength and the spine and the support of this program. One of the best friends I have in the world. Thank you, sweetheart. Now, welcome to what hour? Are we 20? Huh? We're at hour 20. We're at 20. Isn't that amazing? And we have 46,030,000, 47. It's really nice. A lot of work to do, and we've got less than an hour and a half. Okay. I think you ladies and gentlemen should know that some of the national sponsors will be wrapped up at this point, making their last pledge or their last check presentation. And I wanted to just take a moment to thank them all for their support and their good nature and their generosity throughout the year, and for helping me make this work so well. Okay, Ed?
Yes, Jerry. Here's the president, CEO of Dr. Pepper 7-Up, Todd Stitzer.
Hi.
Hello, Todd.
Hi, Jerry.
How are you?
I'm great.
Good.
I'm great. Jerry, the 25-year partnership between 7-Up and MDA is built on a common cause. That cause is the commitment of the 7-Up company and the 400 7-Up bottlers in the United States and Puerto Rico to help those with muscular dystrophy and find a cure. It's a cause in which we ardently believe. That's why it's my privilege to present you with the final 7-Up check, which brings our 1998 total to $1,750,000.
Thanks, Todd.
Thanks a lot.
Good luck. God bless you.
Take care.
Ed?
And from Service Merchandise, Jerry, here's our pal, Raymond Zimmerman.
Hi, Raymond Zimmerman.
Hey!
Over there.
Hi, Jerry.
Hi, Ray.
I am so excited here.
You are.
Yeah.
Let's hear you.
Well, Jerry, you know, I'd really like to express my sincere thanks to all the associates at Service Merchandise, our vendor partners, and all our valued customers who've joined us this year on the road to a cure. And I'm really honored to present our final campaign installment, which this year brings our total to $1,726,358. And I'll spray again.
Thank you, Raymond.
Thank you, Jerry.
God bless you. My love to the Zimmermans and Nashville. Ed?
From Harley-Davidson, here's Rich Teerlink.
Welcome back, Rich.
Thank you, Jerry. You know, we've been honored to be on your telethon since 1980. And as you pointed out before, it takes a lot of people to make this thing happen. And I would like to thank all those hardworking Harley people who have been working in the trenches, bringing us to where we are today. Our 95th anniversary caused people to open their hearts and wallets to raise the money for your kids. So here's our final check for $200,000, bringing our total to $3,700,000.
Thank you, Rich Teerlink, and thank you so much to all of the Harley-Davidson dealers around this country, and specifically all the Harley riders. There's a couple of 100,000 super guys and gals out there that never ever let me down, and we really respect you and love you for what you do, and we wish you all good things, and may the wind always be at your back. This young lady that I'm about to introduce began her brilliant career as a recording artist nearly 40 years ago, and 56 best-selling albums ago. We're thrilled to have her here with a great band, the Mariachi Garibaldi and Vicky Carr, ladies and gentlemen.
Cansado el corazón de tanto amar, herido en lo más íntimo mi ser, sin fe para creer en nadie más, vagando sola y triste me quedé. Pensar que tantas veces le rogué a quien jamás mi amor se mereció, pero un día sin querer logré encontrar a un señor que en el amor me realizó. Y descubrí que para amar soy una dama y él un señor. Somos pareja, somos uno y somos dos. Todo depende de lo que dicte la ocasión, porque ahora sé que para amar no es uno solo, sino dos. Somos remanso, tú eres fuego y yo pasión. Somos torrente cuando hacemos el amor. ¡Hey! Pensar que tantas veces le rogué a quien jamás mi amor se mereció, pero un día sin querer logré encontrar a un señor que en el amor me realizó. Y descubrí que para amar soy una dama y él un señor. Somos pareja, somos uno y somos dos. Todo depende de lo que dicte la ocasión, porque ahora sé que para amar no es uno solo, sino dos. Somos torrente, somos sed, somos dos. Somos torrente cuando hacemos el amor. Somos torrente cuando hacemos el amor. Enamorados, somos uno y somos dos.
Muchísimas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you so much.